Starting early. Make sure everything comes up. All right. Rumble did start. I just don't know why it takes so long for it to come up. Well, hopefully it comes up. How's everybody doing today? Is there anybody even in here yet? No. Well, there might be one person. It says one viewer. Oh, Joe is in here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, amazingly, I have like more viewers on Rumble. Anyway, maybe there's just nothing to watch on Rumble. I don't know. I know there's a lot on Rumble. Don't blast me. Welcome, sir. How's the car? Have you repaired the blown engine? Oh my god, I couldn't even imagine. Couldn't even imagine. Yikes. I hope the car is doing okay. All right. What are we doing today? Well, somebody, Yoba, made a wicked-looking charger model shape for us to use. And I would like to use that. So before I do anything else, engine done. Gonna forget about it. Yeah, I had a really rough sleep last night. I got an air conditioner on sale. There's a company here that basically merged, and so they had this huge sale. I got it for like 35% off. Like crazy good. And it's the most annoying, loudest, craziest air conditioner, and it's in my bedroom window. Like I wouldn't care if it was like maybe in the living room. But it's for my bedroom. It's just a small unit for the bedroom, and the brand is Perfect Air, and it cools okay, right? But it is the loudest, most annoying machine I have ever been around. I mean, it's like an idling supercharged diesel engine. I mean, it's just so loud, and the noises are just like random, right? It's not like a white noise hum or even like a compressor sound. You get those. You get fans and compressor sound. But there's a myriad of other sounds that this thing makes. And it's loud. It's really loud. And I have a cat. Right on cue. I gotta get I have a little pad that I sit on. Otherwise she would fall right off. The chair, the pad on the chair is just not big enough. Come on. There she is. So it is extremely loud. And last night it was extra loud. I don't know why, I have no idea, but it was so loud last night. And then right like 3 or 4 a.m., right as I'm sort of falling asleep, a thunderstorm hits. So then it's like lightning and rain and thunder, and it's I was like, no. cat. You've done this dance about 1,000 times. I think you know how to do it. So yeah, I had a rough night's sleep last night. I just could not. I'm gonna need to get like earplugs or something. I'm gonna just keep using that. But I seriously wanted to take it out in the field and just blast it with a shotgun yesterday. Last night I was just so tired of it. Okay, the charger. We'll get to this in a second. Charger is over here. This baby right here is the charger. Like I said, very, very cool. As far as the voxels go, it's not really optimized. Like for example, these little fins back here. So that voxel that I'm pointing at right there, that voxel is the same one as this one. So that thing goes all the way through and is on this side. But I don't anticipate people having, 100 of these in their base. So anyway, what I do want to do is disconnect it and break it. Because right now, as you saw, the UI that I loaded was the log splitter, right? So I don't want it using the log splitter backend. And so before I plug in the new block entity backend, I need to break it because it would be very, very bad if it if it tried to load a different block entity between versions. Oh, you have a thunder. I forgot to top into voice. There we go. Stream chat. Oh, I'm just not a fan of Dana. Oh, he's over on Rumble too. Okay. Do. Okay, so what I'm trying to do with this block entity, I thought I'd be cute and cool and fancy. And I created, obviously when something is in the thing, you're going to see it floating above the charger, right? So if you right click, say like the Angel Bell or something like that in the charger, it's going to render it. And I thought, well, if I'm rendering it, if I'm already rendering, right? If I'm already adding the mesh and doing all of that stuff, can I do anything with that mesh, right? Can I make it fancy? And so I've got some code in here that is hopefully going to do something with it. But I'm hoping that I'm gonna have to double click this here, or double check it. My brain is. I'm only like a cup and a half of coffee, and I need a moment. So I got all the mesh rendering stuff. I did all this stuff yesterday. Update mesh. So the render mesh here, rendered mesh ref. I'm basically the reason why this is all coming out. This is all code from the Forge, and the Forge renders the thing on the top, right? So what I'm not doing. Okay, so what I'm not doing is adding this mesh to the charger. I don't think, because I'm not taking on tessellated. So let's see. Render frame. I'm just looking to see if on Tessellate is in here. And then the texture atlas stuff. This is basically the same for every instance. I don't know why this can't be like just copied and pasted to a to a static class and just be like, hey, just pull the static class, whatever. So yeah, I don't think we need to do too much here. Basically what I do is I took that translate mesh code and I sort of expanded it, right? So you pass in the mesh, you pass in the scale, you pass in the Y offset, which is vertical, and then you pass in the rotation. And in here, I just do all the things to it. So you can pass in the scale as 1. You can pass in the Y offset, which makes it go up or down. And then you pass in the Y rotation in degrees, and then I just convert the degrees to radians and then rotate that around the Y axis. And I'm thinking that's right. I'm hoping that's right. But basically, I have set in here a degrees per second, right? Degrees per second. And I can tune and tweak this to be faster or slower, but basically on render frame, right, passes in the delta time. So on render frame, I'm going to imagine does it faster than my machine. So my machine is going to tick at 10 per second, just like every other machine. But on render frame, I'm assuming it's going to be way faster than that. So that's why I have like degrees per second. And so I just rotate mesh when it's on. I rotate mesh degrees per second. Why do I have a... Oh, right, because I have a separate... I have a rotate mesh here. Because I needed the update mesh, which basically regenerates the mesh ref in the mesh, and then re-uploads it. This, I don't want to do every frame, right? So I'm trying, this is the first time I've tried it, to do an update mesh. Instead of upload mesh, right? Upload mesh actually uploads it into the graphics card. Update mesh, you pass it the mesh ref, and then the mesh, and then it will update the mesh that it already has. And it'll just overwrites any existing data. I'm really hoping that this works. It's again, I'm just kind of dipping my toe into something new with this, just to see if it works. Because what I want a visual, like when something is charging, it's going to be like rotating. And then when it's done charging, it's going to stop, right? So it's going to be rotating. When it's done charging, it'll stop, which will be one subtle indication. And then we can work on possibly having the little light bulbs light up certain colors when it's, processing, or when it's done. That's going to get into some gnarly bit of code in order to add the mesh to the charger block, and it's just going to be, it's going to be such a nightmare. Well, you got a thunderstorm? Oh, I'm jealous. I love thunderstorms. I just don't like them at 4 a.m. when I'm trying to sleep. Because I want to wake up. I enjoy thunderstorms. I want to experience it, not sleep through it. Plus the pitter-patter of sound on my air conditioner from the rain amplified all of the other sounds it was already making. And so it's just like a cacophony of sound. So basically, when the thing is charging, it's going to rotate inside, and when it's done charging, it'll stop. That's the like the most basic thing that I'm trying to do here. As far as the the light bulbs lighting up, it's going to require another shape or two. And you know, I've already done quite a few blocks that add shapes. I don't know. I don't really know how to do the light though. I might be able to set the light in code. I wonder if I can do that. Let me check. Base.block.light. Can I do a set on that? I could do a set on this. I don't know if that's, well, we can explore that at some point. Block entity display. Well, mainly because I already had code examples that implemented all of this stuff, and it was essentially copy and paste. Right? I've already solved these problems. I could probably send it to block entity display. And if things go wrong, because I looked at block entity display and it's just like, it's a normal block entity with this. And since I already had this and I already need this, you know, I just kind of went with it. You got to understand the first step, because I'm horrible at rendering stuff, like horrible at figuring out how all this stuff works. The first step for me is always get it working. Just get it working. The step after that is, all right, how do we optimize it? How do we make it efficient? Right? And so getting it working is always the number one, it's the number one goal, is getting it working. And once I have it working, then I can tweak it later and kind of go back and look at it and make it more efficient. Because this is a big learning process. I mean, it took me years to build enough mods to get to the point where I'm able to even tackle some of this stuff. So yeah, getting it working, because, you know, I understand disposable, I understand memory management. You know, I went to college for programming. I learned on C++. I know all about memory management, but I never, in all of my career, in all of my programming, never had to do anything with rendering, right? And so I never really developed the brain muscles to figure out and visualize how, like, code, let's just give you an example, right? Model matrix, view matrix, projection matrix, translate. I understand matrix math. I had to take linear algebra in school for my computer science degree. I understand fundamentally what this is doing, but I can't visualize it. And that, for me, I learned in the project, in making vintage engineering. I learned a valuable lesson about myself. And that is, I have to be able to visualize what's happening in order for me to fully understand what's happening and how to program, right? So I can go through this and sort of be like, okay, well, these variables are named at least something that I can figure out. But when it comes to, like, just raw, like, why do I need to do this? Why do I need to do this? Like, we're using the rendering API, right? We're using that. Why do we need to I don't know. I'm not good at rendering stuff. I'm just not. It is a deficiency. It is a thing. But what I am good at is working on, like, simulation ticks and going through the logic and figuring out what steps and what to do and how to do that and all of that. That I am good at, and I'm you know, charging forward. So when it comes to, like, making things pretty, right? Particle systems, fancy lighting, just fancy animations. Right? It takes me 10 times longer to do that kind of stuff than it would take somebody else. And so I'm really hoping, and I know Yoba has already helped tremendously. Dahlin has helped tremendously. The visual stuff, the shapes, the textures, it would just take me so long to do that kind of stuff. So my focus, my brute force focus, is just get as many features in, right? I'm just blazing the trail. Get as many features in, and then behind me can be filled in all the glorious prettiness and all of the stuff behind me. And then the bug fixes and stuff are going to have to come in. Zolkin just ruined my day yesterday, going through all the edge case bugs when it comes to chunk loading. That's a huge problem right now. Is if a network, for some reason, a pipe network, if a pipe network crosses a chunk, as the chunks are loaded into memory, there's a disconnect between the extraction and insertion node, and that is going to be a nightmare bug to track down. It is just going to be a nightmare. And then there's also a bug with the electrical system, and I don't know exactly what the reproduction steps are, but I do know that there is a bug when loading a game. There's some weird bug behind the scenes that disconnects a machine. I don't know. It's weird. It's really weird. And yeah, I'm gonna need an exact reproduction step. Otherwise, it's gonna be really, really hard to figure out. Why not make something like long distance? I don't know what long distance means. My pipes mod, or the pipes part of this mod, is inspired by the pipes mod for Minecraft, and pipes with a Z. And it's a low latency, low lag inducing mod. And while I couldn't unpack the totality of the pipes mod for Minecraft because its backend code is a nasty mess. It is so nasty. But I took inspiration by the concept itself. And so I'm gonna have to figure out, because the way the game loads chunks and the game initializes chunks, I'm going to have to figure out if there is a better way to initialize everything. It loads, yeah, that's what I do. The extraction and insertion nodes are the only thing that are important in the pipes network. The pipes in between can be unloaded and it doesn't hurt it. That's how it works. So the pipe system itself is meant to be very low lag inducing. Both all types of pipes are made that way. But there's still a disconnect. There's still a quirky bug when it comes to when they're initialized when you load a world. And I would imagine it's the same when you load a chunk. But when you load a world, especially if the pipes cross a chunk boundary, the order of operations, the order that it loads, there's a disconnect. And it's a problem. It's a problem that I need to solve. I just don't know what the problem is or how to solve it, right? The chunk loading process, the fact that the chunks start loading and get initialized, like, I don't know if there's a way to delay the pipes, like the pipes initializing. Because remember, the extraction node on a pipe, right? It's the block that it's a part of has the list of insertion nodes, and it generates that list. When it's initialized, right? It's not saved to disk. I don't save that to disk because it would be really, really inefficient if every single extraction block, or every block that had an extraction node saved that list. It's just, imagine a pipe with, 50 insertion nodes and 20 extraction nodes. Well, now you've got 20 copies of the exact same list saved to disk. It's just really inefficient. And so it generates that list when it's loaded. And it just iterates through the network and just generates that list. Well, if the chunks are loading, right? If the chunks are loading and they're loading in one order, right? Whatever order that is, whatever internal game, one chunk will load before the next chunk. Well, if that chunk loads and all of those blocks are initialized and the next chunk over isn't loaded yet, well, that's a problem. That's a huge problem. So how do you initialize a network that doesn't require chunks to be loaded? But in order to initialize the network, all of the chunks need to load, right? An example of this would be the mechanical power system for the game. The base game mechanical power system, the mechanical network itself will not operate if any part of it is not loaded. There's a check that it does that ensures the entire network is loaded, and only when that check passes does the actual mechanical network run. So if you have a branch of the mechanical network running off to a direction that it gets unloaded, the whole network will shut down, right? And so you have to ensure that everything is loaded and the network is small enough where it's all loaded. Well, the pipe system, I didn't want to have to do that, right? I don't anticipate people running thousands and thousands of pipe in a line, and I don't anticipate people doing that, but I'm not discounting the fact that it's possible. Anyway, the bug is when the pipes stretch across a chunk boundary and you load the world, from extraction to insertion in one direction works, and extraction insertion in the other direction works, right? But if you break the line, it continues to work. For some reason, if you break the line, there's still an insert. I don't know why. I have no idea why. So yeah, it's just really, really hard. The pipe network and the power network, right? They're really hard to debug because there's a lot of moving parts behind the scenes. There's a lot of stuff that's happening, and any one of those things could be causing the bug, or any combination of. So those are the two systems that are just really hard to debug. And then how do I initialize the pipe network, right? How do I initialize that when the whole network is loaded, or do I? Those are questions for future me. I want to get the charger in and working. So let me catch up on chat here. Right, and only initialize pipes when all inputs output. Yeah, that's understandable. What if the pipe network is 1,000 blocks long, right? Like, what happens if you have a pump jack pumping oil and you have a long ass pipe all the way back to your base into the refinery? You haven't worked up to the temporal tanks yet, because that's going to be a thing, the temporal storage. We're going to be able to do that across things, but there's a lot of things about this mod, a lot of features that people are. It's so funny. People are like, "Oh, you're going to have a pump jack. You can have." It's like, yes, those are things that we're going to do, 100%. But I'm the only one coding for this mod. I'm the only one debugging. If I could have somebody come in who is an expert debugger, who could figure shit out fast, and go like, this is the problem, here's the fix, boom, boom, boom. Like, it just takes so much time to like to fix the bugs versus implement the feature. And I had somebody earlier this summer say they want to help and they're willing to help, and they did help. There was several iterations of them massively helping. And then we worked on a new feature, or the next feature. We worked on the design of it, and then they disappeared. They wanted to go do their own mod. Is there any way to force? Yes, I could make a chunk loader right now. I know the code to do it. I could make a chunk loader. That would force load the chunks. And it would be the whole chunk columns, by the way, not just the chunks they're in. It would be the chunk column. But yeah, I could do a chunk loader. I haven't done it yet. Because I wanna ensure that I do it right, and I'm at this point not sure whether to make it a part of the mod or a separate mod. But yeah, I could do a chunk loader. I know how to do it. I know the code. If I make it part of the mod, does it require power, blah blah, like those kinds of things. Those questions, are a thing, because if I have it separate from the mod, well, then I can't necessarily make it require power, because somebody might have that mod and not my mod, and not Vintage Engineering, so power might not be a thing. So I can't. If in that case, I couldn't make it require power. I'd have to make it require something else, some other type of quote unquote fuel. So then I have two different versions of the same thing going, and it's just a nightmare. Pipes. Oh no, I've got item pipes. I built a system. I built a system for that many different types of pipes. I just have items and fluid. Those are the only two that I implemented, but I have that many more that could be implemented, right? The way that I built the system, you can just expand on it and add your own based on the pipe base here, which is, there's 90% of the code that the pipes require is in this pipe base. And so if you have an item pipe, you just base it off of that, and you have initialize your get handler, which returns the transport handler, like it's the thing that moves the things, right? The transport handler, right? Is a static, and then the can connect to is a vital thing. What can this pipe connect to? And then this has a bunch of exceptions because reasons. For some reason, the cheese block entity, is a container. Right? And so this item pipe looks at containers. But then it's like, oh, if it's any of these containers, I don't want to interact with it. Right? I don't want to interact with it. So these are all the exceptions. I think fluid pipes have maybe a few. There's a couple in here that does the check. But yeah, basically the same thing. You got the fluid handler, and you've got the get handler, and then you got the can connect to, and then it's the handler. It's the handler that does all the things, right? The handler defines what type it is, and then the transport tick. This is what this transport tick is what's called by the extraction node itself, and so it just uses the handler, and it just handles everything else. The get pull slot, these are all mine. These are not required. These aren't required by the interface, but yeah, it's the interface, the iTransport handler, that defines that. So yeah, the system I built is very extendable, and I can even add, if somebody comes to me and is like, oh, I want to add an XY type, I don't know, mana, like, you just tell me what you want me to put in here, because this comes from the this comes from, if we go to block types, pipes, code, this comes from here, right? So all you need to do is add one in here by JSON patch. You add one of these, right? And it just converts the type from the variant. And I built the system, and somebody might be like, well, there's another way to do it. And I know there's 1,000 ways to solve these problems. There's 1,000 different ways. This is just the one I chose. So, is there a better way? There might be, but I wanted to explicitly be like, all right, here are the types of pipes that are possible, and then you can just use JSON patching to patch the, you can add a variant, you can add the class by type for the variant so that you can create your own, pipe, pass it that class, whatever class name you register. You add the variant, you add the class variant, and then you add the texture. And the texture is what's used for the pipes and the connection, right? You can't radically change the style of the pipes. They're going to look like pipes, but they can have their own texture. And so you just add the variant, the class, the entity class, string, and then you add a line for the texture. And you might have to do the drops. There's a couple tags in here that are. Oops, I closed it. There's a couple tags in here that are specific to the type, to the variant. So you've got entity class by type. The class by type you don't want to change. Entity class by type is unique. The variant, you add that. You add the texture by type, and then you might have to do drops. You add a drop. And that can be done with JSON patches. Like, that's not a big deal. But yeah, the textures is just what texture you want. So the bronze is the item pipe, worn steel is the fluid pipe. And I'm sure there's, down the road the number of pipes is going to grow. I'm definitely going to as we get into the really high tier things, I'm sure they'll have a gas pipe of some shape. There's a casting pipe that I added, thinking people might do that. But yeah, it's very expandable. You don't have carte blanche to do anything. There's definitely a way to do it, a way to get it done. But yeah. Anyway, moving on to the job at hand. The charger. Okay, so to start with, and I know there's other ways to do this too, but I need to start somewhere. At the amount of cat hair in my keyboard already. I swear to God, my cat is up here at night on the So there's two different ways. There's the way that is like least intrusive and most widely supported. And that's just adding a single tag into the attributes of the item, right? So we look at the item stack, we look at the attributes, we see, is the chargeable tag a part of the attributes? If this is true, the system will use durability, base game durability, as its charge. Okay? Nothing else is needed. Nothing else is needed. All it will do is use the durability and basically use power to build that durability back up again. And that is done in here. If chargeable, right? If that bool is set, then here we go. We get current charge is get remaining durability. So this gets us our durability. Max charge is just the base durability of it. and then we determine some math, and we say, hey, if current charge is less than max charge, which means we have durability that we can restore, then go ahead and grab the rated power. Rated power is how much power in this tick is available, because I have to scale everything by power per second. And that's where delta time comes in. Delta time is the fractional second of this update. So I get how much power is available to me in this particular tick. And then we determine a minimum of 1. I want to, because of how the math goes, and there's rounding errors, so many of the rounding errors, that power to use divided by power per durability, which is itself set in the attributes of the charger, right? So we have power per second of the machine, which is done in an entity behavior now. Power per second is 500. Well, remember, my machines in this mod tick 10 times a second. So you divide this by 10 by default, and now you get 50, and power per durability is 25, which means every tick I can basically restore 2 durability. And that's 20 durability per second that I can restore, right? Costing 500 power. 500 power is not, I mean, that's 5 LV generators. 500 power is a lot of power. This is not intended to be a really early game thing. This is you need to plan for this thing. Both the pump and this are more late LV, right? You have with every tier of power, you have a scale of early to late. This is more late of that LV stage. And so it's going to cost quite a lot of power to keep this thing up. You could obviously have some generators, because you're not going to use the charger constantly. You could have you could have 3 generators running, and then have a bunch of batteries set up that store a bunch of power. And then when you dump it in here, boom, it's gonna fill up a bunch of durability. So this is a minimum of 1, right? Or whatever this comes in, right? Because this is an integer division, right? And this will not have a fractional decimal result. It will, however, be either 1 or 2, right? And I want a minimum of 1. So if something weird happens and this division returns 0, I want to make sure I get a minimum of 1, but I'm still going to use the power, right? I'm restoring something, I'm going to use the power anyway. And so there's potential for the charger to not be very efficient, at least in this iteration. The LV systems are just not as efficient, right? So you could look at it as a leak of power, an inefficiency of power, justified however you want. It's not going to be perfect. You're going to have massive rounding errors here and there. Because the delta time, this rated power, right? The delta time can be all over the map, right? 0.1, 0.102, 0.11, 0.99. Like, you're going to have this. The delta time is not going to be perfectly even every time. It's going to be fractional. You're going to have a range, right? And so this is meant to have some inefficiencies. And now if we do a charger in like another tier, like MV or HV tier, if we do another charger, we can code that one to be more efficient, right? If we wanted to. So anyway, At any rate, we grab the how much to restore. We take the current charge and we add the restoration to current charge. If it's more than max, then set it to equal, because that means it's completely full. And we have here durability, which we're setting durability to the current charge. And this is setting it to the attribute. So this is what's restoring the durability to the actual item in the thing. And this is reducing the power used, which is good to go. And what I need to do at the end of, well, do I want to do a mark dirty at this? I really don't know. Because this sim tick, this is only being run on the server. This is not being run on the client. So the client won't have any idea. Well, yeah, we're going to have to push. We're going to have to push this to the client somehow. And I've been told that I do too many mark dirty events. I could. I might have to come up with a way of reducing how many times I'm pushing data to the clients. Because remember, this thing is ticking 10 times a second. And if I am pushing information to the client 10 times a second by one machine, and then you multiply that by many, many, many machines, I'm going to have to come up with a way that's easily replicatable across all of my machines to limit the dirty events. Let's prototype one of those right now. I'm going to break one of my rules and put a variable down here. Private float. Client updater. Client update equals 0. I don't know. How often should I update the client? Once a second? Private void update client. Oh. Something like this, right? Rather than doing a mark dirty true, right? Because remember, again, this only operating on the server. The client doesn't run this function at all. I could do if api.side equals server or client return. I just don't do anything on the client. I'm not going to even bother. This shouldn't ever trigger, right? But this function is only run on the server. So this is going to come down here and go, okay, update this. If client update, nope. Okay, let's continue, right? And then this will run and run and run and run until client update is greater than 1, which is a single second, right? And then it's going to mark dirty true, which should blast another set of information to the client. Right? So redraw on client. So this should every second update the client rather than doing it 10 times a second, right? A tenth of the amount of information. And I can easily copy and paste this block to all of my machines and then change any of my update clients or any of my SymTick updates, mark dirties, change them, mark dirties to update client. And then I can use them in other various places too in my block entities, which I have quite a few now. Look at all the block entities that I have in here. So yeah, this will at least limit. It reduces the spam, and then we can even update a client. Let's see. Push updated information to client on a delay. Delta time. And the delay, this delay, I could set that differently. I could set it, I could tune this. We'll see. We'll see how it feels. Once a second, I mean, I know it's going to seem like slow when you're looking at the chargers, it might seem slow. But I think reducing the spam of the mark dirties, I think is going to be a good idea. Not sure what the context was of the why not switch question. Why not switch? I don't know what that was in reference to. I'm sorry.
That might have been you had some if statements at the time. So using a switch statement rather than
multiple ifs. Right. I don't know. The compiler treats them the same. If you look at the code, the compiler, like when you do a switch, when it compiles, it converts a casting if or else if statement. It's just else ifs, A switch is basically that. It's just else ifs. So behind the scenes, I don't know how much of a difference it is when it compiles. So
I think there is a slight performance boost when you use switches instead of ifs.
I don't know how, because it has to do the same operation. It has to look at the item and be like, oh, if it's this, do this code. If it's this, do this code. If it's this, do this code. It's the same logical process. And there might be a few efficiencies, but I don't think it would be enough to really impact too much.
I think in the area it was something that doesn't trigger very often. So
yeah, and it's only triggered the pipe only triggers when you change something around it. So when it's detecting, hey, can I connect to something? That's when it sees it. That's when it runs it. So once a pipe is placed and it's in the world, it doesn't run it until a block changes around it. But anybody who wants to help, track down bugs and help fix bugs. And I know I'm the only one in existence that is truly familiar with this code base. And I know any code base is hard to sort of learn as you go in. So knowing the code base, I know, is vital to fixing bugs. I know it is. Which is why it's so frustrating that that those bugs exist that Zolkin pointed out. Yeah. Also, if you're looking up bugs, do not use creative mode. Do not use it. I never test in creative mode, ever. I think the number of players that play in creative mode could probably be counted on my hand. Like, I just don't think it's used that much. It might be used for prototyping, for design, for stuff like that. Sure, that might be used for that. But playing, on the ground playing, I just don't think people use creative. Nor do I think creative mode is even useful for the mod, because if you're in creative mode and you can give yourself an infinite number of things, what's the point? What's the point of the mod? If you can give yourself an infinite number of, I don't know, LV wire, what's the point of having an extruder to make you some LV wire? I don't see it. So that's why I never test or even look into creative. It's a huge gap in the mod. I don't have any effort put into creative. Because that's not what this mod is for. This mod is not for people who play in creative. It's for people who play in survival, who want some automation and power and all of that kind of stuff. So, yeah, the game is not catered towards people who play creative mode. So if you're testing, do not use creative mode, because it's just the shenanigans that can happen in creative mode with how it manages behind the scenes. It's a completely different code base, DLL, for creative mode. So, hey Zolkin, were your ears burning? I was cursing your name for finding those bugs. That's gonna be hours and hours and hours just to find why those bugs exist. Not even to mention trying to fix them. And I don't know enough about how the game loads to know whether or not I can even fix that damn. It's all dealing with chunk loading, as far as I'm aware. Maybe not the wiring one. Maybe not the electrical power one. That's going to be a nasty bit of code. But anyway, let's get some work done. Okay, so I've kind of gone over what we've got so far. So if it's chargeable, which means it has the attribute chargeable, then do this. Now, chargeable item. If chargeable item equals null and not chargeable, return. Okay, so if chargeable, do this. Else, which means chargeable item, is my interface. So I created an API interface somewhere in here, if I can even find it. Chargeable item. So this has much the same infrastructure than my electrical block entity, right? So this is the foundation for the power system, and it's what's used in the behavior that Blue Lightning put together. I'm really glad he did that. One of his main contributions. He had two main contributions. That's one of them. But chargeable item, because items, as far as I'm aware, items don't have the equivalent of a block entity, right? So an item, when you throw it on the ground, it becomes an entity, right? It's a generic collectible entity. But it's still a item stack, right? It's still an item that when you grab it in your inventory, it's an item. Now, a block is unique because you can actually place a block, and that's what creates the block entity. But I was looking around, and I don't know anything that has basically an entity for an item, right? The item is itself its own entity. It is a unique thing in and of itself. And depending on your stack size, right? If your stack size is 1, like a tool, then all of the relevant data for that instance of that entity is contained in basically the attributes, or it could be the properties. But I don't think there's item what would be like item entity? I think the item entity is yeah, this is an item stack. So this is like when you drop something on the ground, it becomes an item entity, which is it's just a unique kind of entity. Right? Spawn item entity doesn't actually, I don't think it spawns anything. It's just an entity. It's just a generic entity. But
Vulcan had a question in chat when you got a chance.
Have you seen the 1.20? No, I have not. I'm sure it is glorious. They've been doing quite a lot. But we look at item, right? Generic item is a derivative of collectible object. So collectible object is the parent object of both items and blocks. So collectible objects are like the trunk of the tree, right? And both items and blocks are two vastly different paths to go. But that doesn't discount the chargeable item could be also a part of a block, right? But when you're holding a block in your hand, what is it? You're holding a block. Let's say I implement batteries, portable batteries, right? If a portable battery is a block that you can place on the ground, that's great. When you place on the ground, it creates a block entity, everything is good. But what about when it's being held in your hand? How do you determine all of the details when it's held in your hand? And that's why I have another interface that's very much the same. But this one, there's no entity, there's no item behavior as far as I'm aware. Right. There's no item behavior. So yeah, as far as the item side of things go in the game, I don't think it's as massive as the block side. I think most things are blocks. And even things that are items, have the ground storable, which it's the ground storable stuff is really weird. It creates like a block out of an item. It's just bizarre. But items alone don't really have right. There's a class. There's attributes. When you have an item stack in your hand, it can have unique things. And the class itself can have unique things. This is where this comes in. So this is an chargeable item, which means if we're in here, right? We're going to use the interface. Uh-oh. Can't test on your Linux system. Oof. let's see. So I think we need to do basically some of the same steps that we did up here. This set state here, enum state.paused. This is current charge is less than max charge. If this isn't true, if current charge equals max charge or is greater than, which it should never be. Current charge should never be greater than. But get remaining durability. If get remaining durability is equal to the actual durability, that means the thing is full. Set it to paused. Right? All right. How the base game handles durability of items may inspire you. Well, the base game durability is just an attribute, right? Like tools that have durability, it's an attribute, and if that attribute exists, the renderer, whatever renders it in your hotbar, the renderer picks that up, and that's what draws that little bar, right? It's the durability bar. So the only thing that I'm not sure of is what happens if you're using something that is chargeable, that I'm using durability, say the Angel Belt, and it's completely depleted. There's when the game like damages something, if you damage it and the durability drops to 0, it automatically destroys the item, right? Now I'm hoping that there's a way to override that. I'm really hoping there's a way to override that. But if we look at item, which is a collectible object, which there should be a damage item. So this damage item will play a breaking sound and removes the item stack if no more durability is left, right? So it grabs the durability if it's less than or equal to 0. I don't see really anything in here. Let's just do a quick scan. Yeah, I don't see any. There's no check on an attribute. There's no check on any attribute in here that turns it off, right? So you have to be careful in your code. If you're creating a custom item and you want to use the durability way of doing it, right? You want to use that way of doing it. Then you have to be careful when you call the damage item, or if you're using damage item, you have to be careful. If the durability gets low, if the next call turns the durability to 0, it's going to automatically break and destroy it. It's just how it works. So you're going to have to maybe not call the base collectible object one and just edit the attribute of the item stack yourself. You know, and just set if the remaining durability is 1, then turn the thing off and don't let it run anymore. Right? Don't let it operate anymore. I wish the current durability was more easily accessible than having to call this every time. But I'm sure you could create a variable, a public variable in your item that just runs this attribute, whatever the get remaining durability, right? Just have that run. Or I don't even know. You have to pass it an item stack, because this thing grabs the attribute durability and it grabs them all as doubles and stuff, but it returns an int, so it's, you know, it rounds everything off. But anyway, I'm man, the tangents today. Whew. How the base game? No, I've been aware of this for a long time. This is how I wanted to cover. If somebody wanted to enable their tool, their armor, anything, any item in another mod that wanted to add charging, I wanted a way to do it that was as least intrusive as possible. And so using the durability was always the number one way of doing it, right? It's not intrusive. You don't have to really recode anything. All you need to do is add another attribute to your item. So, for example, my angel belt, I'm going to add chargeable, right? Then I'm going to add another one. And remember, if you're a mod author, you can customize it however you want. But, having a attribute in there for chargeable, and then have another attribute, or even a config value. I don't even know, does my angel belt have a config? I always lean away from using configs and putting it directly in the JSON, but I understand passing configs around is a lot easier than anything. But when you have a config, you have to make a call to an outside object. It's just the memory. I would just see, depending on how often you're doing it, it's less or more problematic. But anyway, adding the chargeable tag and then essentially like having a config option for the angel belt that is require the charge, that enables the feature alone, and then the chargeable tag, right, is the thing that it will use. And then obviously, if the chargeable is enabled, I need to make sure that I'm using durability, that I set the durability, all of that kind of stuff for the angel belt. So once I get this working, then I'll update the angel belt and say, hey, the angel belt now has the option of using charge. And then I got to actually use the charge when you're flying around. When the angel belt is enabled, it needs to know the charge, right? It needs to. I don't know what do you guys think? Like, so what the base durability is and how often it's consumed, right? 1 durability a second. Remember, these are not fractional numbers, right? These are not fractional numbers. So 1 durability a second is that, and then like 10,000 durability, so 10,000 seconds. Like, what should be the flight time of a angel belt? Max flight time, start to finish, before it needs to be recharged. What does your gut tell you?
I'd say an hour or less. I'd probably say less. Somewhere in the realm of 15 minutes.
Well, 15 minutes might be a little. That might not be very good, because it's mainly for building. And if I'm landing on the ground and having to charge the damn thing every 15 minutes, I'm going to go out of my mind. An hour, that is way more doable. And you'd have to, if you went on a long excursion, you would have to really budget how often you use it.
Yeah.
Because if you're a long ways from the base, and I could even scale it with how fast you're going, right? Because if you up your speed, remember, you hit your keys and your flight speed goes up, I could multiply the cost of the angel belt by that value. So if you're up to like 4 of your flight speed, which you're flying Superman style, I could multiply that and then, even go exponential with it. Right? 4, whatever your flight whatever your flight speed is, squared. Right? That's how much durability you're going to use per second. So if your flight speed is 1, that's 1. Right? That's average. If your flight speed is 4, you're going to use 16 durability every second, right? So that massively scales. So yeah, you can fly really fast, but it's going to drain that durability. And so let me do a quick, I think it's 3600, but I think once a second, 60 times 60, oh God, if I could, 60 times 60. Yeah, 3600 durability. That would give you an hour of base flight time. And that obviously is editable in the JSON. You can change it to whatever you want. But that's what that code does there. Is it looks at the durability, and then I'm gonna have obviously I'm gonna have custom code in there, not to use damage item, but to actually edit the value itself. So if we're using the interface, then I need to. We already have the access to the variable here, right? So I can use that. Int current charge equals chargeable item dot current power. And this is, let's do dot int. I'm using ints current power. It's, if you really want something that has I don't think any portable I don't think anything portable should have a U-long more than 2 billion power, more than an int's worth of power. So yeah, I'm forcing y'all to be an int here. Although I could use U-long because it would just make it much easier to calculate. Oh, do I have any coffee left? I think I do. All right. So, current charge is current power. Int max charge equals chargeable item dot max. Why is max power per second in here? Current power, max power per second. Wait. Why? Okay. Yeah, I have max power right here in this. Weird. I forgot a variable. That's very weird. Max power. That's important. And granted, it's a U-long in here, but what do I want to do? I just don't. Man, it is hot in here. Not have worn a long shirt. Holy cow, it was humid yesterday. Oh man, it was so humid yesterday. Okay, so this is dot max. Well, I did it again. Dot max power, and then I can do dot int. Okay. So int current charge, int max charge. If current charge is less than max charge, I love how it knows. If I gotta think about this. I gotta take a break. Be right back. All right. Okay. Electric.machine state. It's not equal. Oh, come on. Equal. On. Set state on. Because I don't the charger doesn't have recipes, and that's usually where I manage the state. To switch the state back and forth is the recipes. But I can't there's no recipes for the charger. It is all done in the SimTick like thing. So it's just one of those like you just gotta oh my god. I just have to manage it in here. So if it's not on yet, turn it on. Because we're actively charging something. And the on state, this is what's basically managing the spin of the item that's in there, right? So the thing that spins is the thing is working. So else, again, set state paused. So if this is not true, then just pause it because there's no point. We're already charged up. Very much akin to this until right about ulong power to use equals chargeable item dot rated power and then DT and false. Right? So this rated power is the same with my rated power, right? Power to use, power to push rated power. That's how much charge the item itself can take, right? This is the interface, and then ulong power to use equals electric dot rated power and the DT false. Right? Very much the same. I wanted there to be consistency to this ability here. And then if power to use is greater than power to push, power to use equals power to push. So if my machine, this is basically like power to use is us. Like this charger, this is the rated power of the charger, right? This is how much power I can apply in this tick. If this exceeds the item's ability to take power, right? If the rated power of the item is lower, then just set to that because I need to be limited by one of these two, right? I need the lower of these. I could probably just do math.min. An alternate would be math.min power to push, power to use, right? And that gives me the minimum of the two, but I don't want to do that because logically my brain hurts when I do those. This makes logical sense to me. If power to use is greater than power to push, and only if, then use that. Math.min is just like, oh, just use the smaller of the two numbers, regardless of what they are. Right? Power to use, right, could be bigger than power to push, or smaller. It doesn't matter. Anyway, let's move on before I talk myself into a corner. So power to push is, or power to use is our final, like, what are we going to use this tick? And so we want to do the actual setting of the power now. So chargeable item dot receive power, and then we want power to use, comma, DT, comma, false. Right? So chargeable item dot receive power, this is going to take the amount of power we have offered and reduce it, and it returns power left over, right? So we want to do ulong remaining equals if remaining is greater than 0, power to use minus equals remaining. It shouldn't happen, because we've already done the rated power. We've already figured out how much power this thing this item can take, right? We've already determined that. But if we return any power, remaining power, then just remove that amount from how much we use, right? Because it's going to reduce, right? It's going to reduce power offered and return the power left over. So it's going to take, let's just say 50. 50 power. This, I'm going to send 50 power in, and let's say it uses 45 for some reason. 45 power, it's going to return 5. So we only use 45 power. The remaining is 5, reduce power to use by 5, and now we get the actual power that we have used. So now we have electric power minus equals, actually that was actually right, minus equals remaining, or power to use. So this electric power, this is us. This is our charger and how much power we used in this tick. And then we want to do update client DT. How about we do update client down here? Right? Because if we set the state, we want to call it anyway. And then I have up here, remember I have my update bouncers. So if we're paused or if we're sleeping, I have it set, instead of 2 seconds, I have it every 5 seconds. So it's like, it's only going to tick and run and actually check these if statements all the way down here. It's only going to check that every 5 seconds if it's paused or sleeping. Okay, so the other thing we want to do is go up here on slot modified. We want to update mesh. So on slot modified, it automatically resets the update bouncer. But the problem is, well, no, I think this is run on the server as well. On slot modified is run on the server. So the update bouncer gets set. Update mesh, that will be only run on the client. Yes. So update mesh in its entirety is only run on the client. So I got to be careful with managing I got to be careful with managing the state. Because if I go in here, right, and if I set state, input slot.empty, do all of this stuff, kind of resets all this. If I set the state here, this is only run on the client. The next time the server pushes an update to me, it'll override that. So I need to set the state on the server, because the server doesn't have the mesh ref. The server doesn't care about any of that. It's one of those things that you learn programming mods for this game for the 3 years that I've been doing it. Yeah, the client server stuff took me a while to learn. Okay, so what do we want? We need to set the state. Update mesh. Let's do if input slot dot empty set state dot sleeping. Right? Input slot dot empty. So set state, if we go to this definition, only marks it dirty if something changes. Right? So only when the state changes is the thing marked dirty. It's kind of one of the new things I added here. If the new state does not equal the machine state. That's the only time I want to mark it dirty. Any other time, it doesn't matter. The state doesn't change. Okay, and then anything else I might be missing? I have the feeling I'm missing something, and I'll definitely. It'll be very quickly obvious if I miss something. But at the very minimum, update mesh. If not input slot, this update mesh, I'm pretty sure, is client side only. I'm not sure on the height yet. This is again just kind of copied from the Forge, so I'm just kind of I want to see. The other thing I need to do before I actually test this, there's no way right now to get anything in the machine. Well, there is. I could use pipes. So if we look at the inventory, I have a custom inventory. Inventory charger. We need to set this. Get auto pull from slot. Return slot. Unfortunately, we need to do a little bit more code in here. We need the slot here. If slot.empty return slot, else return null. I'm setting the stack size of the slot as 1, so only one item can go in there. So if the slot is empty, return the slot. Otherwise, return null. That means we can't interact with it. Auto pull from slot, we need to actually, if slot dot item stat, or if slot dot empty, if not slot dot empty, we need to do a little bit more in here. I only want to enable the pull slot, right, when the thing is charged fully. Which means it's going to, it's going to be a little bit more code. Where's my, there it is. Right in here. I'm going to copy this. And we're going to go here. And then we're going to go slot. Slot. Okay. I kind of do that. It can contain. I kind of do that here. Very much the same. Bool chargeable item. if chargeable, and then int current charge equals slot.itemStack dot collectible dot get current dot collectible. What is it? How did I forget it already? Get remaining. That's right. Get remaining int max charge equals slot.itemStack.collectible.durability. If cur charge equals max charge, return slot. Okay, very, very straightforward here. Get the current charge, get the max charge. If they're equal, return the slot. That means it's fully charged, ready to extract. Else, kind of do the same thing, but with just different calls. If chargeable item dot current power equals chargeable dot max. Come on, chargeable item dot max. Come on. If chargeable item dot current power equals max power, return it. Return the slot. Remember, this is only this is what is interfaced with for chutes and my pipes. Auto push into, auto pull from. So the logic, right? The logic of these kind of determines the accessibility of those things. As far as like automation goes. So I only want to allow the push and pull when it's possible, when it's available. Okay, and current chargeable item dot current power dot max power. If chargeable, get remaining durability. Yeah. And then this one is really easy. Current power equals max power, return slot. I mean, it's fully charged. It's ready to go. And this will allow automation. Pipe in, pipe out, basically. And only extract those which are full or fully charged. Which you could, I mean, if you think of like applied energistics and charging the Certus cords, this kind of thing, you know, the charger would just be like, oh, once it's charged or converted, then return the slot. And then when the slot is returned, then the automation can happen. At this point, I'm not 100% sure. Get pull Yeah, see, I do null checks for sure. So this call here would return null. Get auto pull from slot. Yeah. Well, don't even get me started on the whole filters, and I'm sure there's probably myriad of bugs dealing with filters as well, but it is what it is. I got them mostly functional. I get them like 90% of the way there, and then the last 10% is 90% of the work. Okay. I think it's going to be functional. As far as the can connect to, let's double check that item pipe. Can connect to. It looks at containers. Okay. Good. All it does is check to see if it's a container. And yeah, I could do a freaking switch here if I really wanted to. But if any of these are hit, it returns false and bombs out anyway. And it doesn't check them all. It's only when it comes through and it goes through all of these and it's like, okay, then it returns. But, icky. Icky. If somebody could figure out a way to determine the difference, the subtle difference between those, like why does a cheese wheel have to be a why does it have to be a container? Okay, so I think, at least from the inventory standpoint, this is essentially functional. Yeah, and only when the slot is empty does it push into actually result. Otherwise, return the null. And as far as item get push into slot. Get auto push into turn plus. Yeah. If null is returned out of all this, it just ignores it. Right? So pull, the thing might be able to pull if it's charged, but push, it won't be able to push until it's empty, and then boom, it'll be able to push once it's available. So I do have that covered in my item pipes. I do try to not write buggy code. I do try. But my name is Buggy. It's it's almost expected. I try to have my name be Buggy and not my code, but I'm not always successful. Okay, so inventory charger. Now we need to work on really quick not the inventory, the block entity. The right click on player, right click, and I'm going to borrow. Is it in my pipe block entity? Okay. Try put into, try flip with. So these are the two functions here, right? That we want to use, because I want to be able to push and pull manually into the charger. So the player and the block selection doesn't really matter, but the player, if by player dot act or inventory manager dot active hotbar slot dot empty. Oh no dot empty. I literally have never used the dot equals, and I don't know why it ever comes up in the auto thing, because okay. I closed the wrong. Come on, actually open it. There you go. So, if the hotbar slot is empty, then I want if inventory dot empty. Inventory base dot empty. What does this actually look at? The enumerators. Okay. Just because anyway. If inventory.empty return true. Basically like you're right clicking it with an empty hand and there's nothing in it. Just don't do anything, right? Return true. I don't know what returning true actually does. There's no help with this function, right? There's no help. Like what is this? Why, right? We inherit this from not from this, but we inherit it from the block. Where am I at? There it is. Block entity openable container. I should change this to display. Block entity display. So but I'm not yeah, I don't know. Attribute, I don't know what. I've never used this base class before, so I'm a little skittish on using it. Event bus listener, what? What is event bus listener? What is that supposed to do? Event name. Interesting. Yeah, it's interesting. Registers a listener on the event bus. This is intended for mods, as the game engine itself does not push any events. The game engine itself does not push any events. I'm not sure how true that is. Obviously, there's Onslaught modified. There's tons of events that I've used in my mod that on world load, on chunk load. Like, there's tons of events. What are you talking about? The game engine itself does not push any events. There's tons of events that the game does. I'm not 100% sure what that means. I'd like to know what all events are in there, because maybe I can use the event bus to fix the wire or the electrical and pipe bugs. What I need is the event that the world is loaded, all the chunks are loaded, everything is ready to go. Boom, start like start working. Rather than doing it one chunk at a time and initializing it one chunk at a time. That's the biggest problem. Is it's loading a chunk and then iterating through all the blocks and initializing them, loading another chunk, iterating through all. It's like no, load all the chunks and then initialize everything. But no, that's not how the game works, because then the chunks, as you leave or get closer, a chunk will load in and it'll be piecemeal. Yeah, chunk loading and unloading out of memory, that is the number one cause of bugs in this mod. Number one, hands down. And it's hard to wrap my mind around, because it's like, what do you do when a chunk is unloaded and it's got stuff in it, right? What do you do to inform everything else that kind of depends on that? It's icky. But register event listener, event bus list. I don't know where's the thing that iterates through all of the where does this event name come from? That's what I want to know. Event filter by event name, right there. Test for decay. Like, where are these names coming from? Where are these names coming from? I don't know. I would have to sit and sort of grind that out. Okay, so getting back to this, if our inventory slot.empty is fine, item slot get from equals inventory dot get auto pull from slot block selection dot face. Why not? Doesn't matter. All right. So this, do we want to? So this would only allow us to pull something out if it's fully charged. That might be a problem. So I'm gonna comment that out for a bit. If inventory empty, return true. Otherwise, by player dot inventory manager dot active hotbar slot dot try flip with inventory of 0. I thought try take from was a thing. Oh, try put into. Weird. Try flip with, try put into, but there's no try take from. I can't take from a slot. I can only flip it or push into. It's weird. So let's, instead of doing inventory.empty, let's do input slot.empty. Input slot is just a shortcut way of inventory of 0, because my inventory has only got one slot in it, and so no matter what you do, no matter what slot ID, you could pass in 100 in here, and it's going to return the same slot. Doesn't matter what ID you give it, but in order to be an inventory base, it assumes that it's going to be an array of slots, not just one. So the input slot is just kind of a it's a shortcut
to just the inventory is 0, or inventory, just that item slot. So I want to check to see if that item slot is empty, not the inventory. I don't know what happens when you do inventory.empty. So try to flip with. We can look at try flip with really quick and make sure if one of these is empty. Virtual bool. So I'm calling it from the active hotbar slot, which is empty. With this. So this slot here item slot is what we pass in. It's weird. This actually flips the order. Because I call it item slot.try flip with this slot. And this flips that from this slot flip with the one I passed in, or the one I called it on. So it flips the order. That's weird. This is why it's so hard to like follow the chain, because the game does this a lot. It's just like, it just doesn't make sense. Why is this switched? Why is this swapped? Why is the order of operations is swapped? Why isn't this dot flip with this? That's what I called. That's what I'm trying to do. Try to flip this with this. This is going, oh, like this with that. And this goes that with this. Like, it's just switching that operation. So let me, yeah, just because that's, my brain doesn't like that at all. Input slot dot try put into by player dot inventory manager dot active hotbar slot. And then I what did I do here? Yeah, I pass in the world. API dot, oh, come on. API dot world. So this takes the the slot and tries to push it into the inventory of the player that right-clicked it, because the slot is empty, and I don't know what happens if I try to take the empty slot and try to flip with, right? If one of those slots is empty, that means the item stack is null, and that could very well cause some issues in here, because one of these is going to be null. At some point, some of this is going to be null. Right? And so the shenanigans might happen. So I want to make sure to do this in a way that doesn't crash the game. I mean, it's okay. So the try flip with is if the inventory or active hotbar slot dot, if the active hotbar slot is not empty, if inventory dot can contain by player dot active hotbar slot can contain sync slot input slot so the can contain is called by on our inventory, and it's checking the sync slot, which is the input slot of the inventory, which is weird, to the active hotbar slot. So I want to make sure. Let's pull up the inventory really quick. The can contain has a check to see if it's chargeable, right? So the sync slot, well, yeah, it only checks the source slot. What is the source? Is it chargeable? If it is, then we can contain it because it's chargeable. If it can be contained, then by player dot inventory manager dot active hotbar slot dot try flip with input slot. Much simpler than this shenanigans here. This is why I wanted like a try to push into or try to pull from. That would be really nice. A try pull from and then just pass in the slot and just be like, my slot is empty. Pull, right? Pull from that slot. Like I don't know why they didn't have it. It seems pretty straightforward to me. But if it can be contained, which means let's say I have a battery that's empty. Let's say I have two batteries that are empty. I walk up and I right click one into the charger. I let it charge. Once it's done, I mouse over or I put on my hotbar the other battery that's empty and I right click the charger. This should swap the blocks. Yes, should swap the blocks. Now I could put the other one back in if I right click it again, but yeah. Anyway, on player right click, try to flip with. I pondered whether to go back and forth on adding a GUI to the charger, but it's really simple interaction, and so I didn't want yet another GUI in the game because it's such a dead easy interaction. Okay, let's register this block entity. VE LV charger. And I know that's a lot of qualifiers on there, but everything is prefixed with VE because I don't want to override anybody else's mod. And the BE is block entity. LV is the tier, right? So if we add let's say we introduce an MV charger, right? This would be VE BE MV charger. But yeah, this is the string that you then put in here. And that is what actually maps the two together. So now when you place this block, it'll create that object rather than another object. Yeah, let's see. Let's see if it works. I haven't yet tested it. But we will try it here. Let's build it. Let's make sure it's good to go. Well, so far so good. I mean, you can see power per second 500, sleeping power 4,000. So it's actually working. Let's connect the power. It's getting the power from somewhere. Yep, there it is. Interesting, it's getting it. It was getting it from only one of these? Or was it also getting it? Oh, yeah, it was getting it from some batteries. Nice. You can see the battery's really depleted. Glorious. Okay. So, I literally don't have anything chargeable. I just realized. Let's
I knew I was forgetting something.
Well, what do I? Okay, well, let's I can't believe. What do I want to do? Let's look at. Is there anything in the mod itself that I could make chargeable really quick? I don't think so. I mean, nothing that has durability. What I think I'm going to do is let's go to the Angel Belt. No, see, that's going to take quite a lot of code. Not a lot of. It's going to take some code to edit the Angel Belt to be chargeable. I can't believe. Let's close and open the Angel Belt. Yeah, so I don't have a config option on here, but what I can do is go to the mod and code and game and item types, wearable, Angel Belt. Open with code. Attributes. Wearable. Close category. Chargeable. True. Use charge. True. Durability. Oh. Is it yeah, I think it's just base durability. Durability is now is that yeah, see that's not in attributes. It's not an attribute, it's a base tag. Durability 3600. I could specify like chargeable use charge. I could specify like a use per second, use per charge per second. One. Okay, so I'm going to move that over to a different monitor. Come in here and add, first of all, we're going to go package, not advanced, package. Where's my version? One dot 0.1. I don't know where that other value came from. Version prefix. Where does that come from? I have no idea. Oh. Okay. And then debug properties. This has got the like an old way of doing it, so it is what it is. So the Angel Belt mod, the Angel Belt item, this is here what I need to set up private bool use charge private int charge per second equals 1. Unheld interact, unheld idle. Where's the unloaded? So use charge charge per second. Okay. I want probably to make these public. Let's do That way, a client can't forcefully change these values. I mean, they could, but they're not going to be synced with the server, which is the whole point. So when you hold it in your hands, it actually should put it on you. Like, yeah, it should actually, you should be able to wear it. On held idle, belt active. I need to take another quick bio break. I'll be right back. All right. Sorry about that, everybody. Coffee goes burr. On held idle, however many players holding this collectible. Okay, I'm not unloaded. I'm not worried about that. So what is run? Belt toggle. What is this? Oh. Angel Belt mod. See, the big problem with this is it's updating the like the when you hit the hotkey, right? You hit the hotkey, that sends a packet to the server and says enable the belt, right? And the server updates all of its information, right? It updates the player and all the variables with the player. And then basically sends that back to the player and says, here's your new information, right? And that's what enables the flight. There's nothing that ticks in the background. There's nothing that that's running constantly in the background when you have the Angel Belt enabled. So I would need to add on the server a event tick all the sanity check. Look at all these sanity checks in here. Cappy.world, Cappy.world of the player, Cappy.world of the player inventory manager. It's just all of the sanity checks. Just all of them. Belt slot, all of the inventory, all of the belt slot. It's just, man, so many sanity checks. Because you just never know. There's no way to like predict sometimes where the code is going to come in at. So I think the way to do this would be, because the client, oh, this is going to be, the server manages whether, like, the values of the client, right? So when a client sends the packet to start flying, on client sent, toggle, right? This is what the server uses, and then it sets up the belt response, whether or not it's successful. So the toggle here, this is what actually sets up the player and all of the player controls, free move, plane lock, all of the stuff with the player is done here. And then after that, we're broadcasting back the player data. But the problem is there's nothing on the server that's actively ticking and checking whether or not the player so I think, let's see. What we would have to do is set up on the server an event ticker that is run every second. But we can't assume. No, it's charged per second. So once a second, check or have an event run once a second. This is I'm just thinking out loud here. So if anybody has any other ideas, blast them right now. So we have, let's say, a dictionary of players with, like, no, not a dictionary. Because I'm pretty sure the server. All players is an array of iPlayer. Okay. Player dot. You probably don't need this number. Okay. Player.user ID. Okay, so we have something when flight is toggled, we have some way to store that user ID, like a list. When the flight is enabled, that list, we add to that list the user ID of the player. And in the 1 second update loop, right, we check, is there anything in the list? If there's nothing in the list, if there's nothing in the list, then we don't do anything. If there is something in the list, we look at all the players, we grab the player by user ID, because that means they're actively flying. And if they're actively flying, then go in and edit their angel belt. The durability on their angel belt, we need to edit that if they're actively flying. But I don't want to have the thing tick. Start server side. So let's say on here we have private list. Well, let's say what is the data from player.u. The user ID is a string. Oh, why is it a string? Flying players equals new list string good. What? Jesus, just add the generic. Why is even a question? Just add the generic collection. Okay, so list string flying players, right? Actively flying players. Private long event ID equals 0. if angel belt item dot how do I I'll ignore that for now. Get variance. I don't know what calls this. There it is. Save game loaded. Get variance. On item code. Off item code. Is enabled flight. Get item. Okay. If item enabled flight dot item okay, it's not seeing, it's saying this is a generic item but not a specific. I need to grab the items because when you turn it on, there's a subtle change with the actual 3D model. That's why I do this. So when you switch it on, the belt buckle changes to gold. Item enabled flight as angel belt item dot charge use charge. Stop. Okay. So if angel belt flight as angel belt item dot use charge. This should never be null. It shouldn't. We're getting the angel belt, right? It's an angel belt. There's no question this should never be null, so use charge should always be available. Now I say that, and someone will eventually, 5 years down the road, be like, "Wow, I've got this weird crash," and it's just like, damn it. Okay, so only when we're using the charge should we event ID equals sappy.event.register game tick listener new action float on a sim tick 1000 4000. Well, let's do 1000 10,000. Okay. So every second, delay it by a second, right? Just delay it. Initial delay, offset milliseconds. Just delay it a second, and then start it. Not sure what difference that would make, but register game tick listener, right? And then if I forgot which flying players. Just don't do anything. Right? So, only when we're set to use the charge do we want to do that. Now, one optimization that you could do is only register the tick listener when something is enabled. But I don't know what the overhead is if you're constantly swapping, right? Register listener, unregister listener, register, unregister. If you're constantly like, every time somebody clicks on the Angel Belt, you know, if they're the only person in the world, let's say it's a single player instance, and they're constantly flipping that on and off, and we're registering and unregistering a listener, I would imagine that would not be good. I'm not 100% sure on that. But instinct tells me swapping that back and forth is not as good as just not doing anything, right? Now, if there was a way to like pause the listener based on the event ID, right? We could look at sappy.event. Let's see what is in here. No, there's nothing in here. Yeah. If there is, it's buried, and I've never seen an instance where you can actually like have a tick listener, but just kind of pause it, right? Just like ignore this and then re-enable it, right? It would be nice. I have the event ID. I keep that. But yeah, anyway, get variance is on save game loaded, get variance. So when the game is loaded, and one last thing, do not use this server to add or update behaviors or attributes or any other fixed properties in block entity in a code. Okay. Code is that. Okay. I'm not editing or updating behaviors or attributes. I'm not adding or updating them. I'm looking at it, right? But I'm not changing them. So that doesn't apply. So only if we're using the charge do you register the tick listener, and then flying players.count, obviously we don't care. Again, this is only run on the server. This is only run on the server. So, flying players.count, and then we want to do for each string player in sappy.world.player all players. That is probably going to be all online players. Check for player.connectionState. So this is going to be iPlayer. For each iPlayer in all online players, if player.connection... Wait, wasn't this... Check player.connection state. There is no player.connection state. What is it trying to... I don't understand. Also returns currently connected player. Because .all players... I don't want all players. I only want the players that are active. But this player.connection state does not exist. Where's iPlayer? There it is. iPlayer. Yeah, there's nothing in there that's connection state. I don't know where it's getting that or why it's pointing that. Where's connection state? Oh, come on. Spell it right. Server player. Okay. So we would have to drill down. If player as server player dot connection state equals continue. So player as iServer player. They are going to be server players. Remember, this is only run on the server, so the list should be on the SAPI is server, so it should be all connections on the server. And if you're connecting, then just continue. I don't care. If you're connecting, you're not flying. I don't save the flight. So yeah. Anyway. Let's see here. Now, if player.player user ID flying players dot contains if flying players dot contains player dot user ID. I really don't like using strings for this. I don't like using strings. String comparisons are way worse than number comparisons. They're way slower. Flying players dot contains, that means we have a flying player to edit. So now we need, we already know that we already know that we are using the charge. The whole reason why we're in here is we're using this charge. I might have to do something with when we're exiting the game to clean up. I want to make sure to unregister the thing. Okay. Okay, we have a flying player to edit. Now we want item stack belt equals player dot inventory manager dot get own inventory character let's minimize some of these events that we don't. Check client waste. Yeah, see this? World dot inventory or player dot inventory manager get own inventory of character of in the array waste slot dot item stack. So this whole thing here is how do we iterate into that player. These are all cappy. These should not be cappy, but we can grab inventory manager, get own inventory. Okay, so player has belt. If we do inventory manager all the way down to here, copy. Somewhere in here. There it is. Right? If, well, I mean, if they're in the list, if they're in the flying players list, they have to have the belt on. And it has to be active. Item stack belt equals all of this. Any edits we do to the belt will edit, you know, this is a long string here. And should we do a sanity? I don't know if we need to do a sanity check. But let's do one anyway. Belt dot collectible. It is angel belt item. So the collectible is actually the class, right? It's the object that it is. So that's what you can compare to the actual object. You can't I couldn't say belt is this because that's not true. Belt is an item stack. But the belt.collectible is the thing that it is. Is Angel Belt item ABI. So this gives me access to the Angel Belt item, which I need for basically this. As well as the durability. Well, I can get the durability from here. Int cur charge equals belt dot collectible dot get remaining durability belt. If current charge equals 1, I am going to need belt toggle This will be a lot more code than I thought it was going to be. Disable belt. In current charge minus equals ABI dot charge per second. So regardless of what fractional amount of time goes by, the sim tick should be every second, but it could be, instead of exactly 1,000 milliseconds, it could be 1,005. It could be 1,025, right? It could be a variable set, but I want to just flatly just take whatever charge per second out, and then I want to let's see. What is the player flight multiplier? Where is that going to be at? Move speed multiplier. Right. I don't know which one of these is actually done. So, I don't know why this variable is stored twice. It bothers the hell out of me why these are world data.movespeed multiplier, world data.entity controls.movespeed. Why is this in there twice? I don't know. There's another one of those, these were probably done at vastly different times, right? They could be years apart from how those are implemented, so God only knows. But the charge per second, why don't we multiply that by player, well, let's do int move squared. Come on. Spell it right. Move squared equals math.max player dot world dot move speed multiplier player dot world data dot entity controls dot move speed multiplier float. Why are you complaining? You can't convert float to int, huh? You can't do it. Why can't you do it? It's stupid. Just grab me the max of those two. Move squared times equals move squared. So that squares it, times it by itself, squares it. And then we're going to multiply move squared by that. So if your move speed multiplier is 1, then 1 times 1 is 1. You're only going to use charge per second. But if you bump that up to 2, right, charge per second, which defaults to 1, is going to be multiplied not by 2, but by 4. And so on, and so on, and so on. So you can bump up your speed to 50, but you're going to drain instantly the durability out of the thing. If current charge is less than let's do int move cost equals ABI dot charge per second times move squared. Move cost disable belt, or not disable it. I don't know what would we do. Yeah, I'm just gonna disable it. Somehow I don't know how yet. Else current charge minus equals move cost now we need to set. So current charge is less than move cost, which is good. Current charge minus equals move cost. If current charge is less than move cost, I need to ensure this isn't going to remove the entirety of current charge. So if it's really, really low, if current charge is less than 1, current charge equals 1. Come on. So yes, if there's a weird subtle rounding issue, or if move cost is exactly charge, you're gonna get 1 more second out of it, and then it's gonna bounce back. But if current charge is less than current charge equals 1, right? So this will catch it next time it comes in here. Current charge will equal 1, which will disable the belt. So then we want to do player.inventory manager .get own inventory of character of int of enum character dress type .waste .item stack .attributes .set int durability. Current charge. Okay, this sets this here. Actually, I could have probably just done this. Belt dot attributes dot set int durability current charge. belt.mark. Well, that's an item slot that I need to do. Player dot inventory manager dot get no, come on. Can't you detect that I used this one last time? Dot waste. Dot mark dirty. Yes. So we set the attribute and then we send it to the client. Right? We sync it to the client. And that will show, right, when it's synced to the client, it'll show the durability is draining. All right, let's kind of just do another pass on this just to see if something jumps out at somebody. If y'all are like, oh, that doesn't make sense, or that doesn't make sense, then let me know. Okay, so on SimTick, which we only register when use charge is true. And this is only run on the server. So we're only pulling the data off the server. The clients cannot override this. This is only being run off the server. We register the listener. Then we run the sim here. If we don't have any flying players, that's fine. For each player in online players, then we run through. If the connection state is connecting, we don't do anything with it. Now, would the better way to go, instead of for eaching through all the online players, would it make more sense to run through these? Right? Because this is going to be the smaller list. Not everybody's going to, let's say there's 10 people on a server and only 2 are flying. This for each iterates through all 10. Whereas if we did a for each on this, it would literally run twice. So, yeah, I'm thinking switching this here. For each string player ID equal are in flying players. I player equals sappy.world.player by user ID player ID. And I probably don't need this. And then this, probably don't need this either. Because we're already iterating through flying players. We don't need that. Right? So we're iterating through the flying players. Players by user ID. If player equals null, continue. Something really bad happened if this is true. If player equals null, continue. I cannot edit flying players while I'm in here. So unfortunately, yeah, I can't edit. If this is null, then yeah, something really, really bad happened. I'm going to need to bool validate players equals false. Validate players equals true. If validate players list string invalid players equals so the only reason I would think this would happen, right, is because these events are spaced out by a second. In between those two events, if it's iterating through the list and a player leaves, right, and it's like there could be some weird jumbling, right? There's the player is left and then the next tick happens and it hasn't removed it from the list. Something. I just want to make sure we have a way of removing invalid players. That would be my main thing here. And yeah. Well, player.userid, players equals null. If players equals null, or player dot connection state equals or does not equal dot connected. What's the difference between connected and playing? Like, what's the difference between those two?
Is there any kind of spectator mode? Or perhaps leaving it open for the potential?
Yeah. I bet you playing. Yeah, I bet you it is. Redby, no, nobody wants to know if you're playing, even though I've seen it right here. Okay. Nearest player. Yeah, so I think not connected, not playing. These kind of sanity checks are kind of important because it just prevents the server or the game state becoming overly corrupted and have, with junk data. So validate players, invalid players, we want to just add Yeah. That's the only drawback to doing the for each here, rather the other way around that I'd had it, where we're for eaching the players, is if we were doing the for each on the server players, then we could easily manipulate the flying players' values. Sanity check. Yeah, sometimes I have to run a sanity check on myself. All right, this will at least do some things. I mean, it'll do some things. Current charge, less than move cost. And then current charge less than 1, current charge equals 1. So you get, I'm just trying to ensure that everything here. And then if we want to disable the belt, we're already on the server. So we could do toggle, but we need to pass it the belt toggle object. So update flight. What do we want? Last code part is off. Is there a way, if bt.toggle is update flight, swap stack, yeah, I'm thinking we want to toggle it. We want a BT. We need to create a belt toggle object. Free move axis lock. I love how that's misspelled. Yeah. But what swaps this? This only has one call here. So if we're belt toggle, toggle is the player ID, saved speed, saved axis. So this is called on the client. I mean, it's relatively easy to set this up. Saved speed would be 1. Saved axis would be none. Right? And then toggle, you can see here, toggle, when we enable or disable it, it's toggle is not update flight, it's actually the user ID. So that's how I do that. So the toggle down here, when you enable it, is the user ID, which means it would not equal update flight. So when we straight out disable the belt, we want to do this with, rather than doing that, we already have access to the player ID. And saved speed is 1. Let's do 1.0f. Why not? Saved access is none. Right? Because the saved access comes from here. This will probably just be the different x's. X's is none XYZ. Yep. So none is just what's it's what's parsed. When you parse an enum, right? It's trying to convert it. It's looking at the string and trying to convert it into the enum. Okay. So and then we want saved access, belt toggle. Then we want to do toggle player. And then belt toggle. Right? We're passing in the player. We grabbed up here. Yeah, this is iServer player. But iServer player is an iPlayer, right? So they are the same. And then we want to validate equals true and invalid players.add. We want to remove it from the flying players because we're disabling the belt, so we need to remove it from the flying players, which is another reason why I needed to have this little section down here, because we are removing it. Now I could down here, last code part is off. We've already checked the players, no, we're good. So the belt is off. We need to, so this enables the belt, this disables the belt, right? So when we call it from that other function, it's enabled, which means the last code part is on, right? So that means this comes down here and disables it. This one enables it, right? This swaps the actual like item waste slot item stack equals swap stack. Mark dirty. So this swaps the item in your inventory. And then what we need to do is in here, the player ID comes from up here. Yeah. So this is an iPlayer. So once we've turned it on, we need flying players.add player user ID. Right? This adds it to the list. Only if man, should I create a is shutting down private bool use charge, so it's false. And then when I enable, don't I already have that? No, I have that in, yeah, I have that somewhere else. Where's the load? There it is. Okay. So it's just a way of, like, yeah, it's just a way of doing this that I don't have to drill down into the item to get to. So the mod itself will inherit the object, and that would allow me to add a config file rather than doing it with the item. I could do that with a config file instead. But if use charge, and just for funsies, if use charge and flying players dot contains player.user ID, flying players dot remove, never used reverse, remove player.user ID. If use charge and flying, so I mean, it shouldn't do that because we're already removing it up here. We don't necessarily have to. But it would be, you know, if somebody's not running it out of durability, we still need to remove it from the flying player. So this is still a valid thing. So yeah. And yeah, then we have the event is just, it's just rolling. So on the server, sappy.event.shut close exit on I have to go to the bathroom again. I'll be right back. All right. What is called when the server exits? I don't think I've ever. Does it even call some? Does it even run something? Save game created. Save game loaded. Server suspend. It's about the closest thing. Does anybody know? Did use, did break. Wow, look at this. If you read this, call the chunk column unloaded. Called just before a chunk column is about to get unloaded. On shutdown, this method is called for all loaded chunks. So this method can get called tens of thousands of times. Beware. That's scary. I don't see there is no shutdown function. On shutdown, no. Dispose. This mod allows runtime reloading. You must implement this method to unregister any listeners' handlers. Oh, then I fucking clicked the wrong one. Jesus. Override. Dispose. If event, oh, come on. Event ID does not equal 0. Sappy dot event dot unregister game tick listener event ID so yeah, I'm hopeful that this is called when it's disposed, I guess. Mod system dispose. Well, let's minimize. Holy cow, look at some of these calls are just crazy. Okay, overridden by a whole lot of stuff. Mod system measuring rope. Dispose. Good. This. Okay, interesting. That's cleaning up the textures. Room registry, always fun. Okay. Used by. Okay. I think that's the place for that. I want to make sure to unregister the listener, just because I don't want the dangling listener ID out there. Event ID equals 0. Okay. Now, what am I missing? I'm missing. I just have a singing feeling that I'm missing something. Go to toggle again and just check. Oh, yeah, we need to, on toggle, we need to actually validate, right? The update flight, that is only done when you're actively flying and you're setting, like you speed yourself up, or you set a plane lock to lock yourself on the plane. That's the only time that is called. So we're already flying. So when we're toggling, when it's off, we need to validate if we have charge left, if charge is enabled. If use charge, obviously only do this if there's charge enabled. Current char, or let's do int current charge equals waste slot dot item stack dot collectible dot get remaining durability of waste slot dot item stack. Okay. Waste slot dot items. I don't know why I really hate that this isn't a static that you can just call, or that there wasn't a variable that you could do. That would be so much easier than having to memorize this just to get the durability. So if use charge, current charge, if current charge is less than or equal to 1, I want to return well, I'm going to have to return false. I'm going to have to look to see. So, if use charge, right, and the current charge is less than or equal to 1, return false. So, don't even turn it on. Don't set any of the things. Don't do any of this code if we don't have enough charge. We don't swap the stacks, don't do anything, just blah. I could possibly maybe this is the sound that's played. What would be a good sound to play if it errors? Right? So translocate break dimension. That's the sound that I play when you enable and disable it. Player.broadcast player data. I do player dot how do I send like an error to the player?
That's a good question. Usually there's not like a messaging system. I know there is a messaging system, but it's uncommon for that to get posted.
I know there's a way to do it on the client side. So if we look at where the toggle comes from here,
And sorry, I
clients.
missed. What is this for?
This is to make the Angel Belt require power. And
Okay.
if there's not enough charge, it's not going to be enabled, right? It's going to fail.
Right.
I need to basically return the reason why it's failed. So here on client sent, if successful, okay, so we're returning false, so it should come down here, fail. Send packet, fail, response on the thing, response, belt response. Do I have a response. Okay, so the client is going to get fail. So if we look at on client received, on fail, there's a show chat message, toggle belt failed. And then if we look at I could add a string to the response fail reason. It's not going to be localized, but you know, the Angel Belt, get this everybody. Talk about like bridging the two worlds. The Angel Belt was the very first code mod that I did, right? The very first time I dipped my toe into the code side of modding was the Angel Belt. So now I'm literally messing with code that I wrote years ago, the very first time, and I had to recode it because I didn't know very much when I coded it the first time. And so I think 1 or 2 versions ago, I went in and polished the code for the new version of the game, like 1.18, I think I did it on, where I fixed after I realized the client server relationship, I had to go in and basically reprogram the whole thing. Because yeah, it fixed the bugs that I had. So if fail, this Cappy dot player world dot player dot inventory manager dot own inventory character of int enum character dress type dot waste dot item stack so now am I grabbing that value? No. The client is not grabbing that value. So I'm going to have to, instead of this, right? If belt does not equal null, we're grabbing the waste slot, because it could fail. Like, there's a lot of reasons why it could fail. I want to be really specific. Grab the belt if it fails, but the question mark here, this is a null check. If it's null, it will return null, right? If it's not null, it'll look at the item stack. Now, if it's not null, then it should have an item stack. It shouldn't be null, but the item stack could be null because it could be empty, right? The actual like inventory should exist. Every character has this inventory, but the belt, if it's not null and it's set to use the charge, then get the remaining durability, right? And show the chat message. If it's less than or equal to 1, belt needs charging. And that'll pop up when you hit R, right? The default key is, I think, is R to start flying. It will show you belt needs charging when you hit that key. Ideally. Ideally that would happen. So this sends back the response to the client, which picks this up, and if it's successful, do nothing. And I don't really need this, of course. I could just take all of this out. But it's a shortcut. It doesn't check anything else if it's successful. If it's successful, just return it. I don't even need to check anything else. But yeah, I prefer like showing chat messages than putting something in a log file. Okay. That should be, now if there's anything else that I might have missed, the only thing is this isn't localized. I'm not worried about that right now. Okay. Flying players are contained, so we're going to remove. Swap the item back over. And I just felt the cat along my legs because, of course, I had to get up and activate. And it must be about time. No, still have an hour. You're early, cat. You're way early.
She's just trying to train you into adjusting the time.
Yeah, she's like, do it now? I can has cheeseburger? Yeah, I think this is essentially it. Build, rebuild. Yeah? What is it? Oh, you're just setting up camp. You're just setting it up in the lab. I don't have enough cat hair on me. You need to refresh my supply. Yes, sir. Okay, and there she jumps down. She got a couple pets, and then she's like, "That's it. That's all I wanted. You're not doing what I want you to do, so I'll check back in another hour."
The quota has been met.
Like-
Be gone, human.
She tests it. She tests the waters, and if it doesn't go her way, then she'll leave and then come back in an hour and try it again. Okay, so I don't even know what version of the Angel Belt like I have in here. Like, I have no idea. These should all be today's date. They are. Let's look at the mod info and actually look. Oh, 1.5.0. Let's say 1.5.1 is what I actually want. So going in here and going build, project, properties, package, 1.5.1. And that should update the version. Somewhere in here should have the version. There it is. 1.5.1. And then build, rebuild. And there it is. Now, what are the odds that aware. I just try to control S. My brain. Yeah, so now what are the odds that would just work? Can we just let's close this solution and open this charger, because the way that I have my debug system going, it's like it's either one or the other. Ideally, I would have. Well, it's just whatever. It is what it is. Let us hope. Let us hope. Because I don't have the debugger pulling the Angel Belt, right? I would have to completely redo a whole bunch of stuff to be able to debug that. I don't know. Oh, Jesus. What did I do? It succeeded. Why? Oh, right. For some reason I have to open that window and then I can debug. I don't know why. I have no idea why. It might be a Visual Studio like hiccup or something, but it is what it is. So the Angel Belt I'm wearing, it should hopefully not crash horribly. And if we look at our thing here, see, we have the Angel Belt here. You can see the durability. Durability is on now. It is not using durability. Why, for art thou, are you not using durability? I'm gonna have to debug it, aren't I? It just has to happen. Yep. It just has to happen that way. I was hoping I could do the same to the torque magnet too, making that powered. But let's get one thing working first. You know what I just realized? Oh man. Oh man. I just realized something really awful. Because the stack changes, right? It's two different variants of the Angel Belt, on and off. Because that changes, the durability will reset every time you enable it. Damn it, I didn't even think about that. Because remember, the stack swaps, and that's what changes. See the my little belt buckle? When I enable it, you can see it change, right? So it changes the actual shape. It's a different thing. That's on, that's off. On, off. You can see it's a different thing. It's a different object. So swapping it back and forth, the durability is literally going is going to change every time. It's going to reset it. So I could have this durability all the way down to 1, turn it off, turn it back on, and boom, the durability is going to be maxed again. So I'm going to need to edit that. Now, at the very least, can I put it... I can't put it in there? Oh, I don't have it. It's not without durability. I should be able to right-click it on, but why is that not working? Interesting. Okay, well, here's what we're going to do about this. Let's exit. Quit. Save all. Build. Well, I don't have to rebuild it. Close solution. Angel Belt. Then we have to do some shenanigans, which I really didn't want to do, but it doesn't look like I'm going to have a choice. Because I use a more limited set of mods when I debug. I'm basically almost all are my mods. There's crates in there. I don't know why I have crates in there, but when I'm debugging my mods, pretty much all of my mods are in there. If I'm playing the game, there's all the mods. There's a reason why I don't want all of these mods loading when I debug, because it would take forever for it to start the debugger in order to load all those other mods. So yeah, I had to swap that. Did I? Okay. I had to swap which mod. So Vintage Engineering will load, right? I'm not debugging that one. I'm debugging the Angel Belt one. So now, why for art thou toggle on sim tick? I want to do that, and then toggle. What just happened? What? What? This was working. The hell is going on? Oh, cat's back. What? What do you want? Yeah, I know. Life is hard. It's so hard. To go from sleeping on the couch to sleeping in my lap. Oh, it just takes so many steps. I don't know. Maybe this is wrong? Has this stuff changed? Well, okay. Can I load 2 different versions of Visual Studio? I can. I don't know how this got all scrambled. Not sure where this comes from. This Vintage Engineering, this was kind of overhauled by Blue Lightning, who knows way more about this stuff than I do. So I apologize for not knowing what the hell I'm doing, but it is what it is. Whoa. What? What? The hell just happened? Yeah, I don't know where this comes from. I don't know where that came from. MS build project directory, some weird variable name. I'm not, you know, when I started Visual Studio, when I started using it back in 98, was when I started using Visual Studio. It was way simpler. Way simpler to do. Project properties, assembly name. Where is that coming from? If I go to Angel Bell, project properties, there it is. Okay. That's good to go. I'm going to just move this one off into a different place. Oh my god, the damn resolution of this monitor is so much higher. when I place a window on this monitor over here, it's like way up in the corner. Like it's so hard to see. It's one of my brother's old monitors. It's just like it's so hard to see it. So is it the path that's wrong? Dot like this here. Dash dot dot dash dot dot. Like, is that what's wrong? So it's looking at Angel Belt. Mod. Because he changed, yeah, see, he changed the... Wait, let me remove these really quick. Oh, Jesus. Really? Well, at the very least, why do I have... Let's let it load. And I'm just going to stop, because if I save and exit, it will void the Angel Belt that I had on me. What the hell? I hate this kind of shit. I just hate this kind of shit. What in God's name is an Angel Belt item? Seriously? What am I doing wrong? Cat, are you serious? You were just up here. Whoa. Go lay down somewhere. All I want to do is add the goddamn mod path. That's all I want to do. right? Why is this so hard? All I want to do is have it peek inside the mod directory here. Grab this mod and load it. Can I just do like / mod? This was working. It was working. Hey, is it working again? It might be working again. Do I? Oh my god, really? What the hell is that? Seriously? What in God's name is that supposed to be? What broke? This is the simplest shit of all time, and it breaks. How is that possible? I don't need all the shader. I don't need any of that shit. Just give me the errors, please. The amount of debug stuff that's dumped into the log files is obscenely large. Nearly impossible to find what you're looking for. Right here. Oh, code. Angel Belt code. Angel Belt mod. That's okay. So that tells me, oh my god. Launch settings. This. So dot / / dot brings it here / brings it here. But this was what I originally tried to do. And it went horribly wrong. / is back 1, back 2 should give me the mod. It should find the mod directory because there's a mod info in there. It should look in that directory. Yeah, it just instantly shuts down. Multiple mods share the mod ID Vintage Engineering. Why is Vintage Engineering being loaded twice? Mods. What? I don't want to. Closed solution. Is it because I had it open in both? What? What the hell is going on? Multiple mods share the ID. How is this in here twice? Seriously. Again, cat, go away. You just go away. Add mod directory. Let me close this stupid one here. Vintageengineering.zip. Multiple mods. There's not a zip in here, obviously. Jesus, just tell me the error. Just give me one line that is what the error is. Please. Rather than 7,000 lines of just garbage. Like, oh, let's just notify everybody of what we're doing. We'll search the following paths. VintageStory.mods, VintageStoryData.mods, Vintage./AngelBelt. Okay. That's right. Mods. It's not in here, is it? No, it's not in there. Vintage Engineering. How is it possibly trying to load this thing twice? It tells me the error, right? But it doesn't tell me, hey, I found one. We'll search following paths for mods. Mods? Data mods? Where is this coming from? Where is it getting that right there? Why is it trying to load this one too? There's nothing in here that should do that. Again, where is this being set? I don't understand. But I don't know how it's able to look in Vintage Engineering when we're in the Angel Belt solution. How is it being told to look into that directory? Like, how is it being told to look in there? And then it's looking in the Angel Belt directory, which should be fine. This is why it's finding multiple mods there. And it's finding the Vintage Engineering. And it's loading the Angel Belt. An item with the same key has already been added. Can I see what is actually being run? Like, what is that? How do I find that variable? Does anybody know where the hell that variable comes from? I'm going to do this. I'm just going to see what this does. Oh, Christ. Why is it seeing two different versions of Vintage Story? It should not see that. It should not even know that directory exists. How does it know to look in there? That should not even be aware of that directory. Where is that coming from? Where is that coming from? I don't know enough about this goddamn program. Right? I don't know enough about this to know where the hell to even look. Where do I look for that? God, this is all working until Blue scrambled my vintage engineering project. I had every single one of these working. I don't even know where to look. Where do I look where it's getting that line? Where is that coming from? I think it's not loading because there's two mods that are in the directory of mod. Right? It's loading. It's loading it. But then it's crashing because of this. An item with the same key has already been added. Mod. I honestly have no idea. I have no idea. Where is it getting that? Where is it getting that directory? This is more like what I think it is, right? this and this and this. Then come down here. This and this and this. Is it getting it from the save? Possibly? No, I don't think so. I don't think the save game. I don't think there's a way to look at the save game and see what's in it, because it's a huge file. It's as big. It's just a giant database file. Well, if anybody has any help, like I haven't been seeing chat move at all. I have no idea. When I say I have no idea, I have no idea where it's getting a reference to the Vintage Engineering directory when I am not in that project. There's no reference to that mod in the Angel Belt mod. Not at all. So why, right? Why is it even looking in that directory? That makes no sense. I just want to check. Let's look at flexible tools. Code. Flexible tools. Let's look at the solution and the project. Okay, the project has the post build event. Solution. Where is the config, maybe? No, that's an actual object. Where in the hell is the properties? Is there a possible, like, aha. Why is that in there? Yeah, why is that in there? I don't remember even doing that. Yeah, I don't remember ever doing that. So I don't know why that would be in there. That's really weird. Let's close some of these files before I accidentally type something and foobar the whole enchilada. Okay. So now the mods directory itself should have the vintage engineering in it, right? So I mean, now if it doesn't work, I'm gonna be I'm really not gonna know what the hell is going on. All right, still have the things in there. Let's try it again. Yeah, why there was another reference to vintage engineering in there? I don't ever remember doing that. Hey, look at that. It's actually working. You can see it's emitting light. I do have a light thing on there, but when you're wearing it, it doesn't. So it is what it is. Let's put that on. Okay, waste slot. Use charge false. Okay, why? God, I have to use the bathroom again. I'll be right back. I should really stop drinking so much coffee on Wednesdays. And it's always when I'm really concentrating on something that my body's like, oh yeah, by the way. Always try to exit gracefully if you have the option. By the way, like never, if you can avoid it, don't just hit stop debugging and just like hard close the thing, because that's just bad. It's just the game will not like you for that. Angel Belt attributes. Chargeable. So this is what I'm looking at. We have off and on and star. So I don't think it's adding. Damn it. Yeah, when I built the Angel Belt, I used the variant groups on and off because I thought that would probably be the easiest way to do it. But the problem with that is now, here we are 2.5 years later. Having a huge problem. Because now, because we swap the item, now the durability is going to reset. And what it looks like is, God damn it, can I click on the right window? All the window bars are the exact same color. So it's nearly impossible to see which one to click on. See how these are like the exact same colors? Like, it does not look like it's adding these to these. So we are going to need, damn it. Oh, man. Let's F5 again. I just want to look. I think it's the attributes that we saw were like minimal. Right? So Angel Belt flight attributes, wearable, waist, belt active. Right? So wearable, waist, belt active. Um, so I don't think I actually look at belt active. I can check. Let me, again, if at all possible, exit gracefully. Might take a little time, but if you're debugging a mod, if you're in the middle of programming something and you want to be fast and you hit stop debugging and it just shuts everything down, it's not a graceful way to exit. Trust me. You can have really gnarly things happen. So let's look up belt active and see belt active. What I'm looking at is possibly changing this. On held idle. Why is this even a thing? Called every frame when a player is holding this collectible in his hands. Okay. This is literally the only place in the project that I looked to see that bool. So what I'm thinking is taking attributes and removing this. Like that. Right? Now, rather than do that, I can say I really don't want to do this at all. If you're holding the belt, I don't want to even like I don't want to do any of this stuff. On held interact. Yeah, what if I just not do that? What happens? This could horribly break. I don't know. I'm just throwing stuff at the wall now, hoping something sticks. It's still false. Unloaded. Use charge. This dot attributes. Use charge. Use charge. Use charge. I'm just seeing if there's a spelling error. Use charge. Gotta go through this rigmarole again. Come on. There you go. If there was a faster way to do this, I would probably have found it by now. There it is. Jesus. You can see how the ticking starts before the world is even loaded. So you've got to be very careful when you do things, because if you start trying to access and do things before the world is actually being rendered and stuff, yeah, the world starts ticking before you even enter it. So, yeah, it can be very confusing. And let's see, we have, what the hell is that supposed to be? I'm sorry, but what is that supposed to be? How did that break? Seriously. What? Get remaining durability returns 0. What? Jesus Christ. How did this fucking break? And then, oh my god. And trying to sift through the errors here is a it's an exercise in there it is. Missing mapping for texture code, serif during shape tessellation. What? Ninja belt off. Missing mapping for texture code serif. This was working. All I did was strip out clothing category, wearable attachment. I just added these. Well, what did I... Clothes category. And durability, it's very, very straightforward. I actually looked at my tools. Like, that doesn't have anything, but like diamond shears. Where's durability? There it is. No, I spelled it right. And then let's... Jesus, I hate... I'm solving bugs that shouldn't even be bugs. They're just like... None of this shit should have broken. Right? None of it should have broken. Why is that warmth? What is that all about? Anyway, textures by type. There it is. What is textures? Is that what I'm... That's weird. I mean, this says textures by type, but... This is so weird. Like, why would removing the attributes by type and just have it attributes, why would that foobar, like the rendering, that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. This works. This was working. And this doesn't show durability. So what? You know, what's funny about this is I thought this would be like bam, 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 done. Like it just, I thought this would be like super simple for me to actually, I didn't think the complex part was the angel belt side. I thought the complex part was going to be the charger. But no, all this shit driving me crazy. Entity, humanoid, seraph, clothing, waist, angel belt. Missing mapping for texture code. Seraph. That's right there. Like, it's right there. Really? I don't even play Fortnite. I don't know why that's coming up. Stupid Epic. Textures. Angel belt on. What am I doing wrong here? Why was this working before And now it's not. I don't understand that at all. And why isn't durability working? Do I need a durability by type as well? I thought that if you didn't do a by type, it just defaulted to both, but could be wrong about that. Oh my god, it's still not working. Ugh. Yeah, because it's a clothing thing, it's really bizarre how it works in order to render it. You have to like composite the shape. Very weird. So let's do. I have no idea if that's the right syntax, but we'll find out. I honestly have no idea why the shape suddenly broke. I just don't know how that broke. Literally, like it's the shape. The attributes really didn't change. Like it's just a copy of the same attributes that were there before. Oh, there's a typo. How about this? Attach shape? Do I have that in my torque magnet? No. That is textures by type. Hmm. Yeah, one of the problems is I I made this so long ago. The reason why I have this texture listed in here is so it loads. But I don't know if it's needed. It might not be needed, but I'm gonna leave it in there anyway. This changes the texture to the type, right? So the texture here, entity, humanoid, serif, close, waist, yeah. So on and off. So that's how that gets mapped. But this attached shape does exist. That's false. Composite shape. Attributes that attached shape exist as false. So it goes to this. No. Oh my god, this is a nested inline if statement. Really? This is near impossible to deconstruct in my mind. Like this is if attributes dot attached shape exists, then do this. Else do this. Item stack dot block dot shape. Okay. But that is here. Item class equals item dot shape. So, but if attached shape exists is false, then it does this. Yeah, I don't know. Again, it comes to rendering and shape stuff. I don't know what it's trying to do. I don't know why clothing can't be just a simple shape and have an attachment point, right? An attachment point and a direction when you're wearing the shape. Have an attachment point on the head. And that's what, helmets attach to. I don't know why you have to composite the player with the shape in order. Oh, it's just annoying in order to draw the shape. Oh my god. It's not even appearing in the goddamn handbook. Ooh. I just found an error right there. Is the problem going to be a single missing bracket? Drum roll, please. Oh, shit. Nope. Okay. So I think what it was doing is trying to parse that JSON. It was hitting an error and it was just ignoring the rest of it. Really? Is there something fundamentally wrong with, like, is there an error somewhere? I can't get a summary of the errors. Obviously, that would be way too helpful to just get a little, here are all the errors that happened. No, I have to get 600 lines of garbage in order to figure out what the hell happened. I mean, it loaded it. Attributes. Why is attributes null? Oh. Jesus. Because I'm an idiot. Let's try... Let's just hope to God... Oop. I'm not trying to debug the JSON. Oh my god. And it's got durability. What was that? 2 hours? Okay. Now can we actually effing try to debug this shit? Like, at all possible? First, let's just see if it works. Like, you just hit R. F10. Waste slot's good. That's good. Use charge should be true. Current charge is 3,600, and that's good. And then swap the stack, and we are good. Validate. We have flying players for each. Get the player. Belt. On. Collectible. Current charge. 36. Move squared is 1. So 1 times 1. Move cost Charge per second times 1 should be 1. That's good. Wait. Oh, okay, that's right. Charge minus move cost. Current charge is that. Belt dot set durability. Let's just belt dot collectible dot durability. That should be. Oh, come on. You don't durability. So that's the default. This will not change this value, right? But we do belt dot collectible dot get remaining durability of belt. Should be that. Okay. And then we mark it dirty. And then we do that and we get out of here. And then we fly around. And then just go along with that. And the problem is now it is reset. So what I wanted to do, there it is. You can see it's ticking down. But when we stop it, it resets it. So we have to fix that real quick. Because we can't charge it back up until it's actually... Okay, what we need to do is basically cache... When we swap the belt, we need to cache the durability that it's at. And then when we swap it, we need to set the durability on the swapped version. And then do the same, right, back and forth. Okay, so first off, when it's off... No, let's do the first thing here. When it's on, we want to turn it off. We get the waste slot dot item stack. Okay. Swap stack is new item stack. Waste slot. Okay, we want to do it before we swap the stack. So int cur charge equals waste slot dot item stack dot collectible dot get remaining durability waste slot dot item stack. Okay, so we're gonna grab the durability. We're gonna swap. We're gonna swap swap stack dot attributes dot set int durability to current charge, like that, right? So we take what's in our waste now, we get that durability, we take the swap stack that we just created, we set that durability, right? And then we swap them. And then the mark dirty, like, it just sends that information. And then that is to turn it off. And then when we turn it on, we need to do basically the same thing. Before we swap it, we grab the current charge. Right. Current charge. Oh, okay. Let me just reset my mind here. Yeah, we don't do a detection if use charge. No, what? Come on. Come on, game. Come on, brain. why is this errored? Right. I've already got that. I'm going to take that. Do that. Okay. We grab the swap stack. We check if we're using the charge. If we are, grab the current charge. If it's less than or equal to 1, return false, meaning we cannot turn it on. If it's not that, set the swap stack durability to the current charge, then swap it and proceed normally. Okay. Theoretically, this should work. Okay. Now, we really want to go crazy. You can see we are using a lot of durability. Because I've got, yeah, we're using 81 durability right now per tick. Okay. Now, the moment of truth. Nope. Why is this not? Well, we've got the Angel Belt working. So, now we need to debug the charger. Because for some reason, I can't insert into this. And that might be because... Let me go Angel Belt item. I don't understand. It's not even calling this. Called when the player right-clicks while holding this block item in the hand. There it is. I don't know why this actually doesn't work. I'm kind of curious. I don't know, and I also don't know why it's called 50 times for one event. I have no idea. Flip with. It returned false. Why? Okay, I don't know. I don't understand that at all. What I think is happening. Let me build. Do I do a release? Or should I keep it debug? I'll do a release. Rebuild. Okay. Close solution. And I love how this blocks any other interaction with your computer. Gee, thanks. Okay. One dot 5.1. I'll probably have to upgrade it again, 1.5.2. If I compile it on 1.20. I mean, it might just work, but maybe not. So let's delete the Vintage Engineering. Now we're going to switch back to Vintage Engineering. And go to inventory charger. BAValidity charger. Okay. I think I used the wrong on player right click. I'm going to do an F9 here, inventory, an F9 here. Because when I right click this, when it says try put into, it should do a can contain, right? It should do that. But I just want to verify before I try to do any shenanigans here. Why? Let's see. We have Angel Belt in here now. And let's close that out. Tools we don't need. Vintage Engineering, here it is. Okay. Now Vintage Engineering is out of this. So now when we debug with this, we should be. God, I hope we should be. This is when I originally did this, how I thought it would go. I thought it would be that easy to switch it over, debug the different thing, and then it was a 2-hour rabbit hole of trying to figure out where the hell the angel, like why thing was looking in the mod. It was just strange. Okay, so now we're on right click, hotbar slot. We're not empty. This is false. So if we're do F10, we should go in here. Inventory dot can contain we're going in here. This is our can contain. This is not false. Okay. Get bool. Chargeable. Did I spell that right? What? Source slot dot item. Come on. What? Source slot dot item stack dot attributes. It only sees durability. Okay, so is it? Am I looking at the wrong thing? Collectible dot attributes. Aha! Item stack dot collectible dot attributes. It does not like dot get. Oh, Jesus. Chargeable dot as bool false. This I can hot reload. Chargeable is true. iChargeable will be false. Try flip with. Now I'm going to take that away and go that. And that. And Jesus, that. Well, there's the thing. It's not turning though. Okay. Now that I've got it actually being placed in there, now I can actually look at this. Okay, is sleeping equals true? Update bouncer, let's just F9 to this. There we go. Rated power. I can guarantee you that's not going to trigger. Chargeable should be false. That's okay. Item stack. Let's do dot collectible dot attributes of chargeable dot as bool false. F9, F9, F5. Oh, come on. Did I break it? I'm bound and determined to get this to work. All right, why is this not working all of a sudden? That equals true. Current charge is less than max charge. This sets the state. So now we're on. Power to use is 4. Jesus Christ. This is one of the layers of BS that I have to deal with when I'm debugging the power system, is because there's so much distance between when I'm stepping through, when I do another iteration, the delta time is so high. We look at the delta time here, right? 13 seconds, right? The delta time should be no more than right around 0.1. But because we're debugging, it radically throws off like the amount of power to use, and so you get just drastic amounts of stuff. So 2 restore 160, current charge plus 2 restore, attributes, item stack dot attributes, which should be durability. What the hell? Jesus. Well, at least it's spinning around. Let's see if it stops. You can see it's repairing, but now it's stopped. Oh, Jesus. Well, we drained some power out of the system. Some of these aren't even plugged in, though. This should immediately I'm trying to see at what point oh, it just stopped. So how do I get that? Why is that way over there? I don't understand. Now it should be repaired. Yeah, why I can't swap it automatically with the waste slot? Like it should automatically pop in there. Wait, what? Now it's not able to go in the waste slot? Okay. I think because the attributes changed, right? Why does the instance of the angel belt not have the attributes of the thing itself? And why is the shape so bad? Like, why is it so off center? I'm gonna peek really quick. Open C programming vintage. Assets, game, shapes, entity, humanoid, seraph, clothing, waste, angel belt. That's why. That's why it's not. Well, at least that was solved. But the other problem is the attributes. Okay, so close. Let's save all. Close solution. Open the angel belt. It's like losing. Yeah, see, it's looking at attributes here. This dot collectible. No. Because they shouldn't change, right? The attributes, regardless, should not change at all, period. Basically, I think it was this, possibly, maybe. The mesh and stuff was fine, but why suddenly Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out how or why, because this should have been so damn easy, and now I foobarred the angel belt because that was old. That was 2.5-year-old code, and it just was not built very well. And this really bothers me. Why this is not taking it? It should take the dress, right? It should take it. And the rendering wasn't broken, but like, I don't know what would happen if I tried to put the actual shape in the center of the block. I'm not 100% sure on that. All right. Well, I need to concentrate on the code more, to fix these little bits and pieces. But yeah, if I'm trying to talk at the same time, I just can't. Sometimes my brain just kind of goes off. But the fact that I'm trying to debug 2 different mods all at the same time, like, doesn't work. I don't need this. You have to be wearing the belt for it to work. Yeah, it bothers me that this doesn't work. It really does. Why you can't flip the slot? How would I do, instead of doing this, try flip with? No, I have to do it, because if there's something already in there, it has to flip with it. Yeah, I don't know how else to do that. Try flip with. Oh yeah, I'm just not going to look at the rendering stuff because unloaded. We look at the torque magnet, closed category. That does have an E. So it wasn't the JSON that was the spelling problem. It was the code that has the spelling problem. So build, rebuild. Close. And yes, I am aware that there are probably a myriad of better ways to set up your development environment to make this less tedious. Oh, Jesus Christ. What? What just happened? Oh, right. For some reason, I have to go in here, do that, and then I can do this. Somebody tell me why that is. I would love to know, but I have to do it every time. Oh, that finally worked. Okay. Here. Look at that. I actually got it to work. And now at 1x speed, you should have an hour worth of time on your Angel Belt. And then to recharge it, you just toss it into the charger. And it will spin, right? I could change that spin to be faster. Pretty straightforward. BELE charger. Where is that variable? There it is. I can say like 10. And let's really drain it out. Whee! And now it should spin. Well, it should spin faster. Dang it! I'm gonna have to recompile this. Degrees per second. Yes, it should. This is what rotates it, by the way. It's different from the update because it's client only. You can see it's up on the top of the screen. It's actually chewing up some power. So it is using the power. Yeah, this is why I don't understand how sometimes these things break, because like this is my test world and like the power system works. Oh, is this out of juice? It is. Gives you some extra juice here. You know, so loading and saving in this world is like fine. Okay, and there it is done rotating, so it is ready to go again. There we go. Slightly less cheaty Angel Belt. So now they're refilling all the batteries and such. Yeah, like I know Zulkin like showed me where there's a problem, but I don't 100% know what causes it, because as you can see, all of these actually worked. Now, yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure what causes that. But anyway, that is at least functional. I don't have any object to test the interface. You know, the interface is pretty straightforward when it comes to when it comes to things. Because it will only spin the mesh when it is on, right? So as soon as it's full, as soon as the charge is full, it goes into paused mode. And as soon as it hits that mode, it stops spinning. So figuring out how to actually get the thing to not be so crazy and offset, and that's, I don't know. There's layers to that. But yeah, that will I think yeah, so if we look at the interface, it's pretty much the same kind of code. But it just uses the more simple receive power, right? And then the item itself manages itself, right? So on the item side, you would have these calls, and then you would manage it. So it's like a personal battery, right? The personal battery would manage itself with the interface. It would be able to interface with the charger, and then on your person, you would be able to interface it using the actual named interface that I have. The iChargeable item. So a personal battery would have that, and then the battery would have, I don't even know, can an item tick? I have no idea if an item can even tick. Yeah, I don't know. Can an item tick? That's a question I haven't actually looked into. I don't know. I'm trying to think of anything in the base game that might tick. Right? Anything that you're holding or anything in your inventory that has the tick. You know, the register tick listener register tick game tick. All right, game tick listener. Lock Entity definitely does it. Unregister. Well, I would imagine you could. But it requires the block position. Action float on game tick, action exception, error handler. So like used by UP tick a bunch. So many things. Lock entity. There's literally there's no item. They're all block entities. No, item pipe. No, that's a block. Animator. Yeah. I tend not to look at QP Tech code. It just confuses me. Yeah, I see block behavior or block entity behavior, block entities, and more block entity behaviors and block entities. I'm guessing this block entity openable. Yeah, I don't see any actual items that tick. If anybody has experimented with that, if you have an item in your inventory, right, that registers the tick listener, what happened? Like all of the myriad of ways that can go wrong. Like when you throw it onto the ground, is it still ticking? Right? If you put it into a chest, is it still ticking? Right? That call, that tick listener, is still being technically called. But where is it being called? Right? What part of memory? What does it have access to? What happens if it gets destroyed? I would imagine, like, yeah, it would be very rough. I think it would be very rough to try to get an item to tick. So I don't know if personal batteries are really going to, like, maybe somebody has experimented with it and gotten them working. But I think that it would be very, very prone to some bad memory leaks if you don't clean it up right. Because there's no, like, when it comes to, like, block entities, it's a static, unmoving thing, right? It's not moving down the road. It's staying right there. Items, when you're, like, items don't have a location. There's no, like, block position that they are always a part of. They move around. They're essentially entities. Maybe there's an entity tick or something like that. Block entity ticker. Server block tick item. I'm not sure why it points me here, because I don't know. People smarter than me probably can figure it out. But at the very least, I have at least an update that can go out to supporters this week. I'm going to do a little bit more polishing. And then I'll probably put out another version of the Angel Belt. And then I'll have to upload two different versions. I'll have to upload the new version with charging enabled. And I'll have to upload a version with it by default disabled. Because if somebody updates with it charging enabled and they don't have, well, they won't have Vintage Engineering. So I might wait until the next public version of the Vintage Engineering to actually put out the new version of the Angel Belt mod. That would probably be the best thing for me to do, and I'll probably do that instead. So the private or members supporter weekly build will have the charger and all the infrastructure to allow people to play with their own. Like, if you have a tool, like, all you really need to do, if you have a tool like an axe or a pick, right, and it has durability like any other tool, all you need to do is add the chargeable tag to it, and it will the charger will see it and charge it back up again. Right? It'll fill up the durability back up. It's on you to not break the tool when you go down to 1, and then use like you are responsible for that. Instead of just calling like damage item, you're gonna want to not do that. If the durability is 1, you're gonna want to basically prevent the use of the thing. And then the charger should see it. And depending on, the best way to do it, if you want it to actually rotate properly in the charger, you want to center your tool in the block space, right? When you have the model editor open, you want to center the tool in the very center of that square on the bottom. Center it on the bottom. And that will be the default, and then I just raise that up so it's above the charger, and I can play with those values. I could even expose those to JSON, the Y offset on the charger. I might have already done that. No, I did not. But anyway, and then depending on the blocks or the items that you're trying to charge, you could that will be used, the center, which is why the angel belt is offset, because if you look at the shape, it's like weirdly offset, because the stupid thing requires the serif to be loaded. It's just so annoying. It's just so annoying. The little quirks about the game. But yeah, look for the weekly build, supporter weekly build Friday. I'm gonna be hopefully fixing little bugs here and there, and then have a new weekly build on Friday for everybody, so they can start charging their stuff. So I thank you all for coming by today. That's gonna do it for the stream. Come back on Saturday where we're gonna continue our Satisfactory saga for 1.0. Hope for the best, and yeah, having fun with that. But other than that, everybody have a great rest of the week. Please hit that like button if you enjoyed yourself. Subscribe down below if you enjoyed the content. Consider being a patron or a channel member and joining us on the Saturday multiplayer game stream. So that's a perk. Or to get weekly builds of Vintage Engineering. So yeah, look forward to seeing everybody back here on Saturday.